Oh, Carolyn. So are you planning a trip? I,
No, not really.
oh, you're not, because your loved ones must be planning a trip on the other side because they're hooting and hollering. And I actually see, I, I'm, I'm seeing a beach scene and I'm seeing like a cruise ship in the background. So
Mm,
they're showing me that there's a possibility that you're going to be traveling or at least thinking about going on a little holiday or vacation. Um, they're saying, oh boy, is it time. It is time for you to be able to um, relax and have a little bit of fun. And
But yeah.
yeah, and basically give yourself that break. They're saying that you've been
Oh,
working really hard and
yeah.
it's you're ready for that break. Yeah.
But really fun, that's for sure. Not a break
Yeah.
a leg though, a holiday break.
Yeah. Exactly.
Had enough,
Exactly.
had enough of a break.
Yes. Um, I'm what they're also showing me is like they're like planning and strategizing, like financial strategizing. Um, so looking at your like it's like planning and looking at your future. Um,
Mm,
and looking to see um it almost feels like you're looking at purchasing something like maybe a new car. But you're sitting there. I can see you sitting there and you're, I'm sorry.
I do need a new car, yes.
Yeah. So it's like they're sitting there and they're showing me that you're strategizing and you're planning. If you haven't started that, um, then they're saying you need to sit down and do that. It's the
Mm,
right time to start looking at kind of all those financial things, even to the point of looking into your future down the road in the next 10 years and what that looks like for
yeah.
you. It feels like
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of manifesting and going on with you. I mean, because everything I'm being shown is like coming up for you in the future, things that are possibilities, right? It's not a lot of what you have done because I said, oh, did she just go on holiday? And I got, no, this is coming up. So, and then again, the financial planning of it, right? And just the financial planning in general. So they're really wanting you to take a look and kind of take stock um, in your life, in your planning, in your future. So do take some time to sit with that.
Okay.
See what else, let me see what else they're saying here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're also showing me like a field, like a field of a crop that is ready to be harvested. And so when I see something like that, it is showing me that you have planted the seeds for things that you've manifested, for the things that you have wanted to do. And it is almost time to harvest those things. So again, they're showing me that crop, they're showing me the planning and the manifestation. So it's like whatever you've been planning, whatever you've been manifesting and wanting to have show up in your life, you're right on the cusp of that venture. Okay.
Mm,
Let me see here. I'm also hearing starting a new business.
mm.
Um, are
Wasn't
you?
planning on it.
I'm sorry. What was
No,
that?
not planning on.
Oh,
I'm
you're.
not planning on studying the business.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Again, it might be something that if you were thinking about doing that, even like a side job, right? I'm not seeing this as something that you're going to do full time yet. But they're showing me like starting something new, starting a new business. Um, And what I'm being shown is I keep hearing starting a new business of helping others. Um, that you're a light worker yourself. And so looking at what you are doing and expanding on that, expanding that out to help other people, to teach other people about the things that you know.
Yeah. That's interesting.
They're also showing me. They're also showing me crystals. Um, have you been guided to use crystals in your everyday life, or are you just really drawn to crystals?
I play around with them sometimes, but not all the time. I'm really not super into them, but yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll have a look at them.
Yeah, they're showing me that there's like a draw for crystals for you. And so if you feel that calling, they're showing me that, you could start researching and getting to know and understand the crystals a little bit more. And finding, it's like they're showing me finding a few of them that really, really resonate with you, and then start using them in different ways, in different capacities, right? For instance, like the quartz crystal, really amplifies things when you put it with another crystal, right? It amplifies the power of that other crystal. And so they're showing me like working with 4 or 5 of them, to kind of get used to that.
Okay, that'll be interesting. I'll have a look around.
Okay. Based on what I have said, do you have questions around any of that?
Oh, I don't know. Just nothing's going to get any easier, I guess.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Will it get any easier?
Let me check in just a moment here. Yeah, they're showing me like they're showing me an image of like a rocky boat, and that you've been kind of on that path, that streak for a little bit. They said they said you're almost through it. It's still going to be a little. There's still going to be a little bit more to work through, but that you're getting through it. You're almost there. They're showing me that you've really done a good job navigating all of it, and they're also showing me you're very tired. You're just very exhausted with the whole thing. And so yeah, they're saying that it's going to be a little bit longer, but they're showing me like by the beginning to mid of almost like the mid of 2025, like March, things are really going to feel like they're moving more slowly. Or, I mean, they're moving more easily. They're flowing is what I meant to say. Sorry. They're flowing a little bit easier for you. And so if you can just make it through this next little bit, you should see some things start coming through. And I think what they're showing me too is that everything that I've told you about the future and the future planning and possible holiday, it's like you're looking at it like, yeah, well, I don't know about all that, right? So, yeah, I know, right? But they're saying once you get through this, right, you get off of that rocky boat and that motion, that those things will be easier to see. it's almost like they will be more palatable, and you can say, oh, I understand that now. I get it. Yes, I see that, this is going to come through and that's going to come through. And oh man, maybe I can look at doing a holiday, right? So as you get through that piece of it, then some of these things that we've talked about will actually start coming into play. It's like they're kind of just sitting there hovering until you kind of get through this little stretch.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Health-wise, what is there anything there?
Your body's just it's just been under a lot of stress. And so if you can find some supplements to kind of boost, just give your immune system, and I'm hearing your adrenals, just give them a little bit of a boost. That will help. Yeah. It'll kind of help. It will ignite a little bit more in you, where you feel like you can move through this next few months and get through it. Okay. Look at some crystals. When you're looking at the 4 to 5 crystals, look at the ones that are going to help with healing and within your body, because that's really going to help as well. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And Carolyn, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show, so I have to say goodnight. I want to say thank you so much for joining me this evening, and I hope this has been helpful for you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. All right, that does it for me, everyone. Have a wonderful week, and I will see you next week on Thursday night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And also happy National Daughters Day. I noticed that earlier today that I was kind of seeing what the national day was, and today is National Daughters Day. So happy Daughters Day to all those daughters, and the daughters that we have here in physical, the daughters that are in spirit, the daughters that are yet to come, future-wise, right? That includes, everybody that has ever felt like that they have fit in and been, accepted as a daughter, whether it's, daughter-in-law, bonus daughter, stepdaughter, whatever it may be. So, but what a fun day to celebrate. I have 2 daughters myself, and then I also have a bonus daughter who is my son's fiance. And so with that, I have a granddaughter. So I've got lots of beautiful, daughter energy around me, and I just adore and love them so much. And I'll tell you, being a grandma is what I call myself, a grandma, but a glamorous grandma. She calls me Nana or Gamma, and my grandsons call me Nana or sometimes Mimi. So I love it, though. So anyhow, happy Daughters Day to all those daughters out there. In case you didn't know, I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I'll tell you some really quick, fun information as I was getting ready to start my show. I'm over here already just sweating. And for those of you who know and follow me, when I start to sweat, it's a great sign sometimes. It could be something else that I'm going through, but let's just say it's spirit. So I'm going through that fun change. I'm going to be 50 soon. And so, it is what it is, but I'm trying to embrace it. But I've been sitting here just like energy, like crazy. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, what is, why, what is it? Why today? A lot of times when I'm like this, it's usually, we're really close to a full moon or a new moon or, whatever may be that's significant energy of planets and whatnot, right? So anyhow, I just realized that today is literally the last Wednesday in September that I will be, doing readings in September. So now as we go into October, which is my favorite month, imagine that, the veil between us and the spiritual realm starts to get thinner and thinner and thinner. So the messages from loved ones in spirit can be so just intense, but in a good way, so spot on. It takes a lot of energy, which causes me to glisten, So, we don't sweat, right? As women, we sparkle, we glisten. It's my story. I'm sticking to it. So, anyhow, I'm so excited to see how tonight goes because I've been so just so much energy and so much activity around me today. I've had issues, though, unfortunately, with electronics. Things have been a little wonky that way. I'm hoping that we don't have any issues with that, especially after my podcast. For those of you are listening right now, or or you listen later, every Wednesday night on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75, or on Facebook, which is just Mini Medium. I stream to both of those platforms, and I do free readings for a couple hours and just choose people who I'm drawn to. It's very random. Sometimes we just go with spirit, and then spirit draws us to the person, kind of by process of elimination, if you will. But so if you're listening and we don't get a chance to do a reading for you tonight, please keep calling in, obviously, and connect with any of the amazing, very gifted readers tonight and any other night of the week that we have them. But if you're up late, as I am, so 7:45 ish, I try to get on there as soon as I can, but family things come up. But Mountain Time, so 7:45 Mountain Time. Just watch for that, and I will also post some links if that's helpful. But so I'm going to pull an affirmation card, as I always do, and the number that I've been drawn to today been interesting because it's a very large number, and I'm not going to count the cards out according to that number. But the number 53, which I thought was interesting, it's not double fives, it's not double fours, double threes, but 53. So 53, how that connects is it's going to connect with someone as the age of 53, born in 1953, May 3rd. And I kept feeling that whoever it is that I was already feeling with me, spirit, loves to mess with me, knows I hate math, and was really using word of like the 5 times 3 type, So 15 could very well be. So we kind of got a few options, but we'll see how that connects with the callers tonight, and then also on my live on my YouTube channel and Facebook. So being that I want to, for sake of time, I'm going to actually do 5 plus 3, which is 8. And I love the number 8, by the way. It's my favorite number, or at least one of them. And let's see what the affirmation is for this week. So if you're not familiar with an affirmation is really just kind of, if you look at the word affirm, it's that you're affirming, you're promising that whatever that this, affirmation says, that you're going to do it, that you're going to apply it in your life, and, you're going to live it and breathe it, and, just soak it all up and let it be. So, all right. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, this is going to make sense for everybody, I'm pretty sure. So the affirmation says, I let go of the past, I trust in the future, and I accept the present moment. I mean, that's a very common saying we hear all the time, right? The saying about, let go of the past, don't worry about the future, be in the present. And because the word present is a gift, right? Because we hear it. So same thing. And I love that, because I'll tell you, I am notorious for oftentimes worrying about the future, and things and that. So, and it's not even a trust thing, really. I trust that the universe is going to take care of me, and as I take care of her, and, and the family and what may be. But I think the human side kind of worries. So anyhow, so let go of the past, trust in the future, and accept the present moment. Beautiful. I love it. And we're almost done with this year. So the 8 also, by the way, is the year we're in right now. We're in the year of the 8, which is the year of making things happen. And it's activating and getting stuff done. So you've got 3 more months, friends. You got 3 more months. So get stuff going. Get things, manifesting. Okay. All right. I have my first caller, and my apologies. I missed the name, Dave. And I'm sorry? Hazel. Hi, Hazel from England. I did see that. This is Mini Medium. Yes. How are you, Hazel?
I'm not doing so well, to be honest. I'm very much in grief.
Oh no, my friend. I'm sorry.
I'm searching to try to connect. I am quite sensitive myself. I'm an empath. I, however, find it difficult because of the close connection for me to be able to decipher sometimes whether I'm hearing my own thoughts or my loved one. And I need some help and guidance from another medium in order to get some answers and see whether or not there's some messages to me that I'm able to perhaps not pick up from.
Sure. Okay, my friend. Sure. And Dave, I'm going to stay with Hazel tonight too. I have a feeling everything I was getting earlier, Hazel, is a lot of what is connecting
The number
with you.
you've just said is very prominent. The number 8 is very, very prominent. That has a great meaning.
Yes.
So that's something that it does actually have a great meaning to myself for family connection.
Beautiful. I love that. Okay. Well, I'm going to just spend my time here about 15 minutes and just see what we can give you in that time, my friend. Just you and I tonight, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know what time it is where you are. What time is it?
Hang on. It is.
Sure.
11 minutes past 1 in the morning.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Well, if you're up in about an hour and a half, I'm talking.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I work evenings, so I've only just come home from work and just got myself into bed, so it's fine. I was sitting there watching rubbish.
Bless your heart. I'm a night owl too, and I think a lot of us sensitives, empaths, mediums, we're just built that way. It's really where we get time to decompress from all the energy.
Exactly, and relax and chime in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I will do my best in the minutes that we have, but if you are up, my friend, in a hour and a half here, I will be on my YouTube channel, my Facebook, continuing free readings. So if you're up, please feel free to hop on in case we want to continue, your reading tonight. But let me, I'm going to get quiet for a moment. I just want to see and bring any energy and welcome any kind of souls on the other side. Now, I know you said the number 8 connects with you and has that significance. I always say don't feed the medium, so I'm not going to ask yet what that is. But do you connect with the larger number of 53? So the age of 53 or May 3rd?
May, correctly. 53 is a little bit out, but not by far.
Okay. And is it close to the age or connection with who you lost recently?
That would be connected near to my age and would be a birth month of one of my children, but not my past child. Not my past child.
Okay.
I'll give you that much because it is difficult for you to know because I've got lots of loved ones. I've lost my son.
Okay. And I was going to say, I could feel that. I mean, obviously, you don't need a medium or anyone for that matter to sit with a mom and say, the loss of their child is sitting with them and grieving. Of course, you are going to grieve, his passing, until you are with him on the other side. But I'm going to tell you, you have a very beautiful way of pushing through every day, my friend, every hour, every minute, every second. I feel like it's, it's really trying to find, the joy and the light and everything. So I want to throw that in there really quick to just let you know I can feel that and I can see that. And I respect and know what it's like to not channel your loved ones when you have these beautiful abilities, because I also can't channel my mom or my dad who have passed, and I feel them, I smell them, but not like I can others.
I feel, but I just can't fully connect because sometimes I dream, which is fabulous and beautiful, and I do get that connection there. But when I hear in my head, I don't know sometimes if it's my own thoughts or theirs, and it's difficult to decipher that because, when I hear somebody else, I know it's somebody else, but when it's
Mm-hmm.
so close to me, I don't know if it's myself or what I want to hear, like my own thoughts, or whether it's actually being told to me, and it's hard to gather whether or not I'm getting that message, or whether it's something I want to hear, and I don't want to overreact on that and think, yeah, that's what I want to hear, because it's what I'm thinking in my own mind. It's difficult.
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And you're right. It's very difficult to get out of the the conscious into the subconscious, because they'll mesh together, and so it's very difficult to, like you said, differentiate. So I'm going to tell you, earlier today, and I just heard this name again, and names are a bit difficult, as you maybe know, to hear, but then I kept getting a S name, and even like the name Sam, or or just one syllable S name earlier today.
Okay. There is a connection with an S name, but they are living.
That's okay.
And they are male.
Perfect. And that is connecting, or do they have a relationship with your son?
That connects with that's a connection with my loved one, with my son. That's his father.
Perfect. And what is his dad's name?
Shay.
Shay. Okay, perfect. The one syllable S. Okay, perfect. Okay. I do feel very much that you're very well, that I'm starting to get more coming in. So obviously him wanting to mention dad, because you're here, but also there's the validation of dad. And the first thing that I'm hearing is, Mom, don't put too much pressure on dad. I don't know what this means, but he's like, don't give dad time. It's a feeling of just give him time. And when I was hearing that name earlier today, that S, being Shay, it was a feeling of worry, of concern, of dad not processing or grieving like he should, I guess, if you're how your son feels he should. Do you understand?
Me and him are not together anymore.
Yes.
And he and his son were not close, unfortunately. They started to have a bit of a relationship, but over the years there has been tension. But his father has reached out to me. We have dealt with things as we had to, and I have started to speak to him. And a lot of the pain from the past, from our past break, has been resurfaced due to the loss of our boy. So we've had to deal with that. We've both got other partners. It's been hard. We've had to come together, but it is difficult to communicate. There is a difficulty there in communication, although we both feel the grief terribly for our boy. He wasn't as close to him as I am.
Oh, you're very
close. So there's a connection there. There was an issue there. So that is very prominent, yes.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you, my friend. I just want to get everything in that he's saying in the time we have. I just heard he's like, oh, my mom will talk your ear off. And that was not me. So don't shoot the messenger. He goes,
that's true.
Talk your ear off. And I love his energy right now. I feel like he's a new soul. He hasn't been gone very long, Mama. I feel like he's showing me that he's still getting his footing, his bearings.
He passed on the 29th of January.
Okay, so that's very new. Okay. Oh my gosh. I just got chills everywhere. Today is the 29th, and we are 8 months away. That's the 8th. Today is 8 months from the time your son passed. Oh my gosh, I have chills everywhere. The 29th coming up, it's 25th today. Your son's like showing me the anniversary of or the connecting to his passing. So this very much I feel is his effort of trying to really communicate, knowing that you needed this so bad. There's such an emphasis. I'm going to pull one of these other cards. I'm not even using cards. I'm just listening and going with my gifts. But this deck I absolutely love. It's made by or put together by another very well-renowned medium, James von Prague. And it's called Talking to Heaven. And your son's like, I need my mom to hear the message, whatever this card will be. So we're going to do that here in a minute before we have to wrap up. But I'm going to tell you, there is such a feeling, my friend, of impact, of I almost want to say like blunt force, or I feel like I'm here and I'm gone very fast. Do you understand that with his passing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't natural.
Yeah, it was not natural, right? It was not. Okay.
No.
Okay. He's oh wow. You have a daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
She's older.
That's okay. 34. How do you connect with that number now? He's showing me 34.
No. Oh, no. She's 29.
That's okay.
But she has 2 sons. One is 8 and one is 5.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. And do you know
but you're close. My son was 24.
Okay. Okay. Your son showed me another baby coming in, and I'm going to tell you really quickly that I am very careful with this too. So, and oh yes, I love it. My producer helped me too. So, 29 plus the 5 equals 34. So he's being very tricky with me, by the way.
Yeah. That sounds like him.
Yeah, he's using math, and I'm not a big fan of math, so I love him. He's showing his.
He was very clever.
Yeah, very, very clever. He is showing me, and like I was mentioning, I don't bring up children unless I'm 100% sure, my friend, just because I know it's a very sensitive subject. But your daughter, he's the daughter that you had mentioned has the 2 babies. Can maybe, pardon me if this is not okay to ask, and you can say that you don't want to answer, but can she have more children?
She can have more children. She doesn't want any more currently, but she can have more children. Yeah.
She can have more children. Okay. So funny. I've got my puppy in here, and she's going crazy of the energy in here. So if you hear that, just know it's my little puppy going nuts over the energy. Yeah.
Okay, I love animals. I have 3 dogs. So.
Oh, there we go. My technology is going crazy. Are you still there?
I am.
Sorry about that. Just be mindful. I do see this other child coming. So I do feel there's a third coming into the picture. And it's interesting. The minute I mentioned children, my technology started going crazy and my puppy started going a little crazy. But there is a okay. I'm trying to hear him. He's got a whole lot coming in. Yeah, hang on. How do you connect with the head, my friend? I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring this up, but I'm getting a lot of pressure in the head. Do you understand that?
Yes. Close to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, hon. Okay. And he also wants to also mention that there's been some changes in the home that have been very difficult for you. But he's commending you, Mom, of being able to move on and to slowly find some peace and comfort with his passing. I see the pictures have been kind of put up or moved, and he loves. You must have. I'm going to tell you, he's getting very specific, but to my right, not to be kind of creepy, if I'm in your bedroom, to your right, I've got a nightstand or something, a table. Do you have to the right of the bed? Do you have a table there with a picture of him or something connected to him?
I have something connected to him, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. He says, tell Mom that I love it. I love it. I love what is there. So, all right. I've got about 2 more minutes. I'm listening to him. He's talking like 100 miles a minute. He smells amazing. I know that might sound really weird, but he must have wore great cologne, my friend.
Yeah, he was a very dapper, very well-dressed, he always smelled lovely, and he was a dapper boy.
Yeah, very
dapper,
handsome.
as in like really smart and fashionable and really good looking and always smelled nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I don't see features. So as I'm connecting with him, he's really manipulating, the clairgustant, the smelling or tasting. And he's very well put together. One thing I do feel, I'm going to pull this card because I know we're down to like less than 2 minutes. Right? This is why if you can hop on later, let me know who you are, and that way we can continue this for you. Okay. The message I just pulled for you, I pulled the number 8 card for you, Mama, and it says, from your son, I am so much better now. Now it's his message using the card. And there's a beautiful rainbow, and he's telling you it connects with rainbows. So please watch that as well.
That absolutely makes sense. That does, yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. I need to end my show, my friend. I hate doing this, but will you email me or message me, get my info from the radio station? I'll also post it. This needs to be continued, okay?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I look forward to chatting with you soon. Okay.
Just to let you know, again, don't feed the medium, but I will tell you, his name is Matthew.
Okay. I love it. Okay. I will ask Matthew to continue to give us these beautiful messages and see what we get moving forward.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am your host for a little bit. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'm a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. I am available for private sessions if you contact me through my Facebook page or my website, www.psychicpaths. So welcome, and I hope we get a really good caller tonight. We are looking at a full moon in Leo coming up, I believe the 29th. And I just heard something so awesome. The full moon connects you to your inner intuition and connects you with your soul's wisdom. Isn't that wonderful? Just the sound of that. Leo will give you the courage and the energy to succeed in your projects and to focus on what you need to do to benefit you. All of these full moons are to benefit you. They allow us to let go of the things that aren't necessary and not benefiting us in our life. So with that, I'm excited. So and another thing is, let's be kind to one another and let's love one another as best we can. We are all walking each other home. And we have Lisa from Oklahoma. Hello.
Well, hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm actually really wonderful tonight. Thank you.
Good, good. What can I help with tonight?
Well, how about we just go general and let Spirit bring what needs to come?
Okay. Hang on and let me see what Spirit shows me. It's kind of showing me that right now you do have a very beneficial period going on, and you're soaking it up. That something has brought peace to you somehow. Also, it does show me that you have a lot of energy going on. I don't know if it's around you or inside of you, but I just feel a lot of energy from you. Let's see. Is there something that always just seems to be chasing you or catching up to you? Something that repeats itself? Because that's also what they're showing me.
Repeated patterns?
Yes. Yes.
I don't do them anymore, but it makes sense to a point. But no, they no longer affect me.
It's almost like something keeps calling you back to a certain focus. So if that happens, just know that that's for processing and going through whatever emotions and thinking you need to do, and then just let it go. I feel like if it's not going on now, it will. And of course, the full moon is coming, so you never know what pops up with those. Spirit told me that I just might be mistaken on what I saw. The first thing, um, I thought it was very peaceful. But are you happen to be having something that just feels burdensome or overwhelming? Because I do
Oh,
still see the
yeah,
I still see
since
it.
COVID started. Since COVID started, yeah, you could say that it's been a little overwhelming.
I'm sorry I missed that. I just seen what I
Mhm.
saw and went with it. Um, have you been sick?
No, just
Okay, good,
just
good.
repercussions from the whole event of the pandemic.
Oh, absolutely. Hasn't that been a change? It literally
Oh,
changed all our lives and how we do
well,
things.
that and it really got us pretty good.
Um, I just feel like you're a very strong lady. Um, you must have some good signs in your birth chart that give you strength, because I just feel like you're an overcomer. You're a person that knows what you want. Um, everything good. I just feel everything good. And I feel like when things do feel overwhelming or there's a problem, you're just one of those people that get it took care of. And you have resources within yourself to do that.
I just,
You know, I wish you would come up with a question, because you're somewhat of a female warrior, when it comes to life.
all
You
right.
know, if
How
I
about a
see a
question as
problem,
in, yeah,
I'm sorry,
how
go
about,
ahead.
I said, how about a question? Let's do, we have a different job opportunity in front of us
Okay.
and which direction to go.
I don't feel like that is going to come to fruition. And I think it's you. I think it's your decision.
Okay.
I don't, I, you don't know these things until they happen, but, it feels like that's not the right one. That's not the right fit. And I don't know from now until when they're hiring or when you start, if something happens, but there's a change in direction.
Okay.
And I feel like you're going to be doing the same thing. It's just not with them. Are you good at organizational skills?
Myself, yeah,
I see that's part of your career, being
it has been.
organized.
It has been.
Okay. Kudos to you. I don't have any of that, but I see that you're very good at it, and it comes easily. Um, Even if you're not doing organizational stuff like you used to, you have the mind to do that. Everything has its place, and every place has its, thing. So kudos to that. Um, Let me see what Spirit says. I got a little more time. Um, I feel like the things that you are focusing on now are going to work themselves through. And Spirit just wants you to know that you do have the resources coming to you and inside of you to take care of what you'll be needing to focus on and work on. Um, you just going right to the path that you're supposed to. You're being internally guided. You listen to your intuition and your mind, and Spirit just wants to say that everything will work out for you.
Good.
I don't know how much faith you have, but it just you just really are internally guided.
I am.
I just feel like everything is going to work out.
I'm a little higher on the spiritual side.
I feel like you're going to be okay, for the long run. And this opportunity would have been okay, but I feel like right now you want to have things where things are comfortable to you. You don't want uncomfortable. You don't want to be unauthentic. You don't want to be rushed. There are certain things that this job entails, and I feel like you're going to get a good job, and you're going to like it, and it fits you. But I don't think it's the one that you were thinking of. Okay.
Oh, that's okay.
And yeah. So I hope I have been some sort of help tonight. And sometimes these psychic readings, you won't know until they happen, and it's like, well, that's kind of out there. But yeah, I just hope that you keep up the good faith, you keep up your good warrior self, and just know that everything will work out.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You have yourself a good night.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it. Okay, everyone. Well, everyone have a good night and a good week, and I'll see you here next week, same time. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years and certified in over a dozen healing modalities, from Reiki mastery to sound therapy. I do a little of it all, but at the end of the day, I am a channel of spirit, giving messages and guidance to those who find me. And if you joined me before, you'll know that I love to open up with a general message for the collective. And these are usually centered around energies that are happening for everyone, just to know how to navigate a bit more throughout the week. Because we don't always know what's going forward, but we can feel around us. And when we can think things through, we can turn things into our favor. And it seems like this week is requiring a lot of logical thinking. So those are my more dreamy astrological signs, like my water and ungrounded air signs. You may have a little bit of difficulties on this. So it is asking, the collective energies are asking for you to speak up, speak your mind, but also be diplomatic about it. It's a good time to look for professional advice if that's in a situation that you need. Because if you're planning something, whether it's moving or trying to start a new career, changing careers, trying to make investments, it's poor timing. It's, again, I've said it multiple weeks in a row, but it's just not good timing to put fast plans into actions. These are plans that need to be revised. These are plans that you need to think things through and that you do need professional advice about, because the plans that you have are still in the early stages, but you're approaching them in a bit more of a naive mindset, which isn't going to bring the success that you want. It will bring success, just not the success that you want. So study a little bit more. Know that you do have good news about the financial situations coming forward. And we are ending a chapter. I mean, as we're going into October, if you follow the moon cycles and everything, October and winter go into fall into winter, right? That signifies a period of endings. And so keep that in mind because you are ending a very difficult situation. Some of you may be divorced. Some of you may be at the end of a relationship or the end of a job where you're looking for a new one. So embrace the change. And this is a very good sign for anybody who's also recovering from addiction. So use your logic. You're smart. You're confident. Go about and make those plans, but seek advice if you need those. And we all are taking callers today. So we have Susan from Canada. So hello, Susan. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. How can I help you tonight?
I was looking to, I guess, a love reading. I haven't met anybody yet, but I'm hoping to meet my soulmate, I guess.
Tell me about
or
the
whatever
anxiety that you're having about relationships.
Pardon?
So about the anxiety that you're having for relationships, because I'm immediately greeted by the Nine of Swords, which is all about anxiety and a lot of worry coming in. So let's see what we have here. What I don't see any recent relationships. Has it been a while since your last relationship?
Yeah, 22 years.
Okay. So what I am seeing is that there is a bit of a false sense of entrapment. So possibly the way that you are approaching romance is not the best way for you to do so. Because it seems like you have a lot going on. So in the past position, there seems like there was a lot of things that needed your attention immediately. You have public recognition. So why do we have this combination here? Let me check. So with the last relationship, did it end poorly?
It ended poorly because I am a medium and a psychic, and he didn't like that.
Yeah. So I'm seeing competing goals with others. I'm seeing conflict with others with this Five of Swords. So the need to defend yourself, defend your own beliefs, but at what cost? And at this cost, it was your authenticity, right? This is a part of you. And if that can't be accepted, then that's probably not the best thing. But there seems to just be a lot of negative based thoughts in that present situation. So let's see, more advice for this. What can we
The
tell
problem
Susan?
was I was making more money than he was because I was making, I'm very good at what I do as a medium and a psychic, and I was making more money than he was, and he didn't like that.
Plus, if he wasn't all on board with that, it probably was even adding more friction. On your side, I do see that there will be some more digging deep inside of you to do some healing work, because there's a lot of fear, and I'm seeing so much fear that it's hard to see, okay, what's coming next? Do you have another person coming forward? What does that look like? But I'm not seeing that, because I'm seeing this fear, a fear of connection, the wanting to do the plans, the wanting to have a passionate and like exciting relationships. I see that fire that you had all those years ago, but it's dimmed out so much because you have a lot of fire in the past in your subconscious. And I feel that you have lost a lot of that, a lot of you. You lost your spark and your flame. So, Spirit, what do we have for this? Okay. So it is some time to go back to come to your memories, possibly even going back to your childhood to see how your relationship with your father was affecting what type of relationship you're looking for now. So if he was a stern figure, or you're looking for somebody who's more stable and stern and possibly not as open. So look at that to kind of help you understand some of the things that you need to work on. Now, I do see the Lover's card here, right? It's the Lover's card, and you have the King of Air and the Queen of Air together. So I do see there's a potential for a partnership, but I can't see anything else to it until you find that balance within yourself. Only when you find it within yourself, and I know we hate hearing that. I'm completely on you with that one, but right, if we're expecting someone else to balance what we are missing, or we're looking for somebody to fill a void what we are missing, we are doing ourselves a complete disservice. Because I see this fire energy within you, but you have let it dim so much. And like Spirit's like, hey, it's time to release, right? If you meditate with us, if you meditate with your guide team, if you use that mediumship to help you release what is ready to be released, so you can move forward, so you can say, I missed out on this in life. You didn't miss out on anything. You lived your life as best as you could. Sometimes we feel like we missed out because that's what society tells us. Oh, I need a relationship. Oh, I need to have children. I need to do XYZ in order to be happy. But that's not true. So I'm seeing that you're seeing as a way of missing out. So let's see what we can do about this fear base to help you move forward, because I do see the potential for a relationship.
My problem is I do not trust men because I've been abused by them all my life, and that's another reason why my marriage did not work, because he wasn't who he was when I first met him. After we got married, everything changed. Like he became my boss, and instead of my protector, and he became someone that you do this and you say this and you think this, and those kind of things. So I don't trust men very much.
Yeah, and you have a complete reason to, because when I'm looking at your cards, you need balance. You need a partner. You don't need somebody to tell you what to do, or you don't need to wait on hand and foot on another person. You need somebody who can stand by your side independently. So you guys are both doing each other's own thing, but you come together and enjoy life. You share life together. You need someone more grounded, but at the same time, not saying, hey, you need to do this, this, and this. Yeah, that's just not going to work for you. But what it's saying is that you really need to navigate these fears a bit more in order to open up your heart space to say, hey, I'm ready. And emotionally, can you say, I'm emotionally available and I am ready for a relationship? Or are you going to go out and meet people and you go, okay, I'm kind of interested in you, but I'm really worried about all these things I've experienced. And we use caution, we use our experiences to keep ourselves safe, and we need that. but at what point are you restricting yourself and seeing the illusions of fear rather than the actual situation? So it really needs to come down, like, are you truly ready for a relationship where you can open up your heart and trust another person again?
I am. It's just that every time I do meet somebody, I mean, for the first month or two, they're great. And then all of a sudden, they, I guess, start feeling comfortable and start being who they really are. And then it just turns me off because I see the signs and of past issues and stuff. And it's like, oh no, not doing that. And then I back off.
Yeah, that's the 3-month rule, right? It's like you don't get attached for the first 3 months because that's when people after 2, 3 month, 4 month experience, that's when it starts to become a little bit more clear on who they are. And Susan, have you ever heard of light language?
Yes.
Okay. Are you open for a quick light language healing for your heart space and your solar and sacral chakra to kind of just help navigate that fear?
Is that free or do I need to pay for that?
No. Well, with the remaining time, I can just speak it and then you just listen and let it sit where you need to.
Okay.
Okay. So just allow yourself to close your eyes. And for anyone who's listening, this is light language. It's just a form of healing. It does not affect you unless you allow it to, so do not worry. And Susan, if you could take just a deep breath, I feel that tenseness in your shoulder. I feel the shakiness. So that should help you. I know it was very quick, but that should help you get you on the right path for you to be able to reflect, to open up that heart space so you can go out more confidently, retain your fire, and then go forth and say, hey, I'm ready for my partner and not my boss, okay?
Okay.
All right. Best of luck, Susan.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. It's so good to have you here. I'm Perry Lyons, every day, and you're you, which is the best thing to be. And this is either A1R Radio or Moonstruck TV or both. And I'm here to take your calls. I'm staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. Meanwhile, we're going to do a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about something I've been noticing with a lot of my clients recently, which I call the bookmark syndrome. Then after I finish explaining that, we're going to do the psychic tarot weather, and then I will take your calls. Okay, ready? I know you are. Bookmark syndrome is interesting. Now, funny, one reason I have a steady clientele is because I'm pretty straightforward. people don't always like it at the moment, but later on they thank me for it. Either that or I just get a restraining order. But so I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little harsh, but I don't mean it that way, because my feeling is that I just want you, the singular you and the plural you, to have your happiest life. And in romantic in romantic situations, sometimes people will, sometimes one person will vamoose the relationship for whatever reason. They might be with somebody else. They might feel they can't make a commitment at this time. They might want to break up with you before you notice that they turn into a werewolf. Normal stuff. One thing I've noticed is that sometimes when the person who's broken up wants to make sure, I don't think they do this deliberately and I don't think it's malicious, but it's not good. They want to make sure that you're still there for them, that they can move on with their lives, but they kind of don't want you to move on with yours. It's human nature. Human nature. Yikes. So they'll do what I call bookmarking, which is they'll send you an adorable little text, or they'll reach out in some way. It's not a hugely meaningful way. It's just enough to keep you hooked in and to keep you from moving forward. And here's something that I've learned in my however many years. Hi, Doreen in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Hello. I love Canada.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to hear you. I'm going to be about 5 minutes. Do you mind hanging out and doing some deep breathing?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, bless you, my child. Thank you. I can't wait. Okay. So I've just been noticing this, especially with my female clients, but it happens with my male clients too, that if somebody chooses to opt out of the relationship for whatever reason, they do sometimes do what I call bookmarking. You're better than that. You have a right to move on. If that person has a right to move on, you do too. And it might be time to actually get a little angry with this person, especially if they moved on for a reason that doesn't feel good for you. Don't get angry at them or with them, to them. No. Don't use this as an excuse to call them up and say, Perry said I should get angry at you. No. But get angry at them as a way of separating. Because if somebody says, I don't want to be with you, or I can't be with you, same thing. That's what it means. And it means that they're not right for you, and you deserve better. You deserve somebody who chases you down Madison Avenue, flinging precious jewels at you, and orchids and chocolate, which sounds messy, but exciting. That's all. And I hope that isn't too straightforward. But I just want you to see yourself the way I see you, which is as a magnificent, once in an eternity being who brings your own perfect, unique light and fun and love and personality to a world that really needs you right now. So that's it. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to do the tarot weather, psychic tarot weather. It's just like regular weather, except, say it with me, less damaging to crops. So it's 3 cards, and if you're listening or watching or happen to be passing through the room that this is playing in, this applies to you. So the first card is the beginning of the week, starting today. The second card is the middle of the week. You're getting the hang of this. And the third card is the end of the week, stopping next Wednesday, when we'll start it all over again. Okay, so these are the cards I pulled. Interestingly, first card is, and I think I might have gotten this one last week, which is interesting. But people do seem to be a little grumpy these days. So this card is the 5 of Wands. And as you'll notice, it's people kind of fighting, maybe mock fighting, kind of maybe playing, but they're fighting with big ass sticks. Not swords, they're not killing each other, but they're fighting. And 5 is the number of change. So this often has to do with office politics, or maybe somebody in your immediate vicinity. You might be in sort of a little bit of a grump with maybe your roommate or your circle of friends. It's going to pass, but pay attention to it, because the things that are coming up that are making you grumpy, or the things that are coming up that are making people not quite get along, they're important. So, and they're giving you a valuable message, which is either you change this or wait for it to change. Not always a great idea. Or move on. Because life is short and we don't want to spend it around grumpy people fighting for power. Unless, of course, we go into politics. Interesting. Second card. Thank goodness there's one good card here. Second card is interesting too, because it's the Two of Swords. If you'll notice, it's a woman at the crossroads. She's got a crescent moon behind her, which symbolizes a situation which hasn't really fully arrived yet. You could say, as she's balancing these two swords, that she's kind of caught between her past, which is gone, and her future, which hasn't quite arrived yet. So if you're feeling this week like you're a little stuck, it's because it might not be the moment to make a big decision. And it might be the moment to just rest for a bit. And as the moon waxes, gets bigger and lighter, you'll get more light on the situation. And I'll tell you something interesting. I've been beating myself up about not being as active as usual the past year, because I've various reasons. I lost my mom and stuff like that. And I went out to my back garden the other day, and I hadn't gone out there for like 6 months. I hadn't touched it. And it had blossomed, everything was blossoming perfectly. I hadn't done anything. So sometimes the wisest thing to do is nothing at the moment. In the same way that my garden, when I let my garden just rest and do its thing, it came to its own balance and harmony. Okay. Whew. The third card is interesting too, because this is the High Priestess card. Now, a lot of people say this looks like a nun, but if you look at the pomegranates in back of her, they're very kind of sexual looking. So this is whether you're male, female, or non-binary. This is a card that says, towards the end of this week, you're going to be really getting some spiritual downloads, and you're going to be in a couple of situations that it's best to kind of bypass your intellect and go straight into your gut and ask your gut, okay, what's the right thing for me to do? What's really going on in this situation? When I teach my class in metaphysics, the first thing I teach the class is what you think is going on, what you feel is going on, it's actually happening. Anyway, so that's it. So this week is, if you're having a little office politics, it will pass, but you're being given an opportunity to empower yourself in the situation, make some decisions. The second card was about maybe not making a decision right now and kind of being with your stuckness and radical acceptance, because it'll change. And the third card was using your gut. Sometimes I'll actually go into my tummy, not literally go into my tummy. That would be weird, kind of messy. To check in with that and say okay, what did my gut say about this situation? Because your gut's pretty much always right. Okay, thank you. Now we have, is it Deborah? Did I get that right? Are you still there, my darling? Darlene, I'm so sorry. Whoops, I think I lost her. Oh, well, okay, thank you. While we're getting Darlene back, I love the name Darlene. Sounds like it should have a 50s song attached to it. I will say that we're no longer Mercury retrograde, so which is a blessing, because it means it's now safe to sign contracts and buy computers and travel, or maybe do all three at the same time. The moon is in Aquarius. I want to thank my friend Madeline Aslan for pointing that out to me. She's a great astrologer. If you want to subscribe to Madeline Aslan's site, it's ASLAN. I highly recommend her. I'm fortunate enough to be friends with two of the best living astrologers in the U.S. And the moon in Aquarius today, when the moon is when the moon goes into different signs, usually takes 2 or 3 days per sign, and that sign kind of colors how we're feeling. If you're an Aquarius and the moon is in Aquarius, you're probably feeling really good, because we always feel really good when the moon is in the same sign as our sun is. When the moon is in the opposite sign from what your sun is, so if you're Pisces, when the moon is in Virgo, it's not a great day. You might want to just sort of stay inside, talk to the cat. If you don't have one, rent one. The other thing is that occasionally when the moon is void of course, which means sometimes the moon will kind of take a couple of hours off in between signs. You can look that up in any astrology app. It's called Moon Void of Course. And it's a good time to not do anything terribly important. It's a good time to declutter or sort your sock drawer according to color, or you know what I'm saying. What else? Moon void, of course. Okay, we've been through. So to sum up, when the moon is in the same sign as your sun, it's a green light day. It's a good day to ask for favors. It's a good day to, I don't know, buy a scratch-off ticket. Good day to send your favorite television psychic a lot of money for no specific reason. Feel free. That's PERI. Okay. When the moon is opposite your sun sign, so if you're a Virgo and the moon is in Pisces, which is opposite Virgo, it's kind of a red light day. Try not to do too much, or don't take any huge chances. Okay. Michelle in Hamilton, New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey. In the house.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Jersey girl. I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm good. I just got out of the gym, and after a 2-mile walk, so I feel really good.
Doesn't that feel great? I gardened like a fiend for about 5 hours today, and I can't move, but it feels great.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank God we're healthy. Okay, my love. I love the name Michelle. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you want to tell me what your birthday is, then we'll hop into your question.
December 2nd, 1978.
Oh, you're just a baby. I've got socks older than you. Oh, I love Sagittariuses. Woohoo! You guys are fun.
Mm-hmm. Leo moon and Capricorn moon and Leo rising.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
We should probably get married. We're very compatible. I have a Leo moon. I'm so glad you called. Capricorn moon for Sag is really good because it'll give some structure and stick-to-itiveness to your natural Sag natures, which is to tell the truth and run around and be all idealistic all the time. I will say that you really do tell the truth, though.
I know.
It could be a little bit of a problem for you, but please don't stop. It's just
I'm writing my memoir, so it's going to be very truthful, and I'm sure there's going to be people upset with me, but it is what it is.
You know what? The memoir will be around a lot longer than they will. So I'm so glad you're doing that. Okay, how can I help? You've had quite an exciting life. Yeah.
Going through my second divorce, and it was not a healthy relationship, 10 years almost. And I unexpectedly, as soon as I ended my marriage, I met somebody, and we've been almost together 2 years. He's gone through cancer, and it's like my twin soul. And he's older, and he has 2 children. I have 3. And, he lives in another state, and obviously in New Jersey. And we're trying to, it's been a year and almost 2 years. August will be 2 years. So things are good. We have a great relationship. But I just wanted to get some guidance on this, and how things are going to go down.
Well, does his first name begin with an R?
No.
Okay, that's all right. I for some reason, I'm thinking of him in my mind as Roberto, he's almost got a European feel. He doesn't, I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little odd. American guys can be and I love American men, but they can be a narcissistic or I don't know, but this guy, I mean, especially the guy you were with the last 10 years. But this guy.
He was very narcissistic.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get back to that in a second. This guy isn't. And he's very kind of relaxed about things.
Yes, he is.
He's very smart, which is good because you're very smart. He's fine with you having had a lot of celebrity friends and all. He doesn't get freaked out by that.
I have celebrity friends. I do.
Well, I think it feels to me like you've been in kind of exciting situations in the past.
Yes. Yes.
So often, I'm such an American that part of me is like, well, there must be a famous person involved, but you've been, maybe I'm getting you mixed up with me. It just feels like you've been in the higher echelons of society a lot.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm not wealthy, but, I've gone to some great places.
Yeah. No, you've had some really fascinating things happen. I want to say to you, first of all, congratulations on letting go of the last relationship and of not carrying any baggage into this one. You would have every right to be like defensive or bitter or wounded. This is a Sagittarius thing. You guys you're like the Tiggers and that's my highest compliment. You're like the Tiggers of the universe. The wonderful thing about Tiggers. Tiggers is a wonderful thing. Top is made out of rubber. Bottom is made out of spring. Tiggers bounce. And you bounce. And it's and it's not shallow. It's just a very healthy resilience. Congratulations. Because you were getting smaller and smaller and smaller in that last relationship because he was getting more and more and more controlling and critical. And I'm just so glad you got out of there. And I don't actually hope he gets hit by a meteorite, but I don't actually know. I like this guy. Even though I'm like a very New Jersey centric person, I don't think you're going to be staying there. I think you're going to be moving. Where is he? I'm not very good at compass directions. What?
Yeah, he's in the Poconos.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. I was like, Pennsylvania? Where is this?
Yeah, it is Pennsylvania. My ex-husband, I have a 4-year-old. He doesn't want me to take my daughter to Pennsylvania.
Well, it's not that far from New Jersey. If you're moving to like Jupiter or Yakutsk, that would be different.
Controlling.
Oh yeah, no, everything. It's not even his way or the highway. He doesn't see any alternative to his way. He's not really capable
on the spectrum and very narrow-minded and a narcissist.
Yeah, and sort of thinks other people are fictional, but your daughter's awesome. Does she have a really pretty unusual name?
Luciana.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where I was getting my bear from. I actually think I hate to sound boring, but I'm not getting any big bumps in this relationship. I think the kids are going to blend fine. You might want to watch a rerun of the Brady Bunch every night just for as an instructional video. I think you're going to be moving into a funny old, like 19th century, very roomy house is what I'm getting.
Is it his mom's house down the road?
Is it roomy and kind of...
It's big. It's got 5 bedrooms. It's in the Pocono. It's a beautiful house.
It's great. His
dad died like 2 years ago, and I'm also a medium. And I was in the bathroom one day, and his dad basically said, "You're going to live here one day."
Oh, I love that. Isn't it fun when they tell us nice stuff? I love that you're a medium. Ah, sister. Yeah. So
I know.
I know.
Oh, I do.
Do you have both your parents still?
Okay. You think we're going to stay together?
Oh, yeah. I definitely think you're going to. I wouldn't be surprised if you got married within the next 14 months. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you great.
I don't know if he's an earth sign or if he's just grounded or if he just is romantic.
Very grounded. He's a Gemini, and he has a Leo moon, and I think a Cancer rising.
Oh, we love him. He's perfect. Leo moon, all of us with Leo moons. We're fun. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Is the house kind of is there a greenish or gray, like green paint of some kind in the house?
House?
On the house. It's not important.
I think
like the porch or something? Balustrade? Mm-hmm.
His mother has everything in that house. I don't know. She's got everything. Why? What about it?
No, nothing. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing the house correctly. I am, and it's slightly on a hill or on a rise.
Yes, it is on a hill.
Yeah.
It looks really small, but it's huge and it goes down. It's in the mountains.
Yeah. It's from like 1905. Okay, maybe 1915, but it's great. I think the school system is going to be really good for your kids. I just think it's great. I'm sorry. It's not very exciting, but I'm not seeing anything bad happening.
I didn't think anything bad would. He had cancer, and now he's doing a lot better. Do you see cancer coming back?
No, I mean he should go to checkups. Obviously.
Oh yeah, he does all the time.
But no, I'm not seeing this. No, I'm not seeing that coming back. No, I'm just getting that you guys are really good for each other. You're very adult, and you have a lot of fun. And that's about it. I'm going to have to hop off because I've got my next caller.
Yeah,
but I'm really happy you called.
So much.
My
Me
pleasure.
too.
Stay in touch. You sound
Thank you. I
cool.
will.
And as long as
you
you're in Jersey,
do.
we should stay in touch. All right. Thank you, baby.
You should.
Take care, my
Thank
lovely.
you so much. Okay. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, I think, is it Ada? My producer, Anna? Ada. Oh, how cool. That's pretty. And where's Ada calling from? You're welcome. Oh, hi, Ada.
Children's, Texas. Hello. Nice
Oh, cool. I love Texas. Well, it's T for Texas and T for Tennessee. I know a lot of songs about Texas. Hi, sweetie. So I'm so glad you're here. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my love?
My birthday is October 3rd.
Oh, I love Libras. I love Libra women. I'm a little off Libra men right now. I don't know why. Okay, my love. And how can I help you? What is that question?
I had a question. Like in 2009, my father Eugene wanted to tell me something, and I never got the answer to what he was trying to tell me, and it's been haunting me till this day. And I really wanted to know what he wanted to tell me, because I think he was trying to tell me something important, but my mom interrupted him, and then he never wanted to tell me ever again. And fortunately, I can't ask him because he died, So I was wondering, there's a way you can help me with that?
Sure. That's what I'm here for. I'm very glad you asked. His name's Eugene, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And about 5'10", 5'11"? I'm describing who I get. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Is he about 5'10", 5'11"?
Yeah, about that.
Around there.
Right? Yeah, he wasn't too tall. About 5'10", yes.
Yeah, about 5'10". He's usually people present both around 30 and then the age they were when they passed. He passed a little younger than I would have wanted him to, and I'm sorry about that. He's kind of. Did he put himself together nicely?
Yes.
Kind of what I'm getting. Really elegant.
Yeah, he would drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he?
Pretty much.
Forgive me for asking this. Did he have like an unusual kind of very pretty skin color, like a light copper or something, or maybe he tanned like?
Yeah. He was. Yes, he was tanned. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, dark kind of skin color. Yes.
He's a nice looking guy, and I really like him. When was his birthday?
March 19th.
That's what I thought. Thought he was. I thought he was right near my birthday. I should have said that first. Very Pisces men, and I was like, is it March 18th? Like Pisces men, and he's such a Pisces man. They're very charming. Sometimes they can be ladies' men, but they're also very wise and can be very mystical. I really like him, and what he wanted to tell you. Hold on a second. Are you named after somebody in his family? Is Ada like his grandmother or somebody?
Well, I don't know because he was telling me something about being adopted, but his last name was Ranchu. So yeah, Otto Ranchu is the name I have.
I just okay, cool. I just feel like I feel like he named you more than your mom named you, and I feel like anyway, he's a strong connection with his mother and his grandmother who he's hanging out with. Also with I don't know if he had a brother who passed too, but he's hanging out with a guy who is around, I think, 10 years of his age. So it could be a brother or it could be a cousin, but he's hanging out with somebody.
I think he did say he had a brother one time.
Yeah.
I never really met him.
Okay, let me tune in for a second. Let me see what he's saying. Nice looking guy. Thank you for being here, sir. Hold on one second. This is going to sound a little, how can I put this? You're very hard on yourself. I find a lot of good people are really hard on themselves, but he wants you to he wants you to be kinder. He says you're really kind to everybody except you. So he'd like you to be kinder to yourself. He'd also like you to trust your instincts a little more. You have a tendency to second guess, like you'll have a really good idea or you'll think something, but you have a tendency to second guess yourself. Mm-hmm. And he says, you don't have to do that. You're very smart and you very good, like, intuition. And the third thing is do you have a younger sister? There's somebody he wants you to kind of just take care of or keep an eye out on? Is this...
I don't know anything about a younger sister. No, I don't know about
do you have a child? It feels like a younger... Sorry, it's kind of a long distance call, so it's a little hard to hear. I mean, from him. There's somebody he would like you to just sort of keep an eye on and make sure they're okay. I would say your mother, but I'm not sure they got along. Okay. Well, I would say your mother, but I'm not sure they got along so well. But,
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a younger sister.
No, that's okay. The person might not. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Did he and your mom not get along so well? Or...
No, they didn't really get along. They were
so it's not your mom.
Sure.
Oh, it must be. Okay, I'm going to have to jump off, but I think, well, the first two things are definite. I think he's talking about a future child of yours that will be a girl and that he'll be very much the guardian angel of.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zodiac Zone. I'm Melissa Markham. I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, and my goal is to help people find their life path. I always tell my clients, I'm just confirming what you already know about yourself. That's all I do. I'm a seasoned astrologer. I've been studying astrology for about most of my life, but became a professional astrologer about 3.5 years ago. So I want to give my audience 30 minutes of an astrology fix every week from 9:30 to 10 p.m. Eastern. So the first part of my show, I really talk about some of the astrological things going on in the sky this week. And then the second half of my show, I like to do a little bit of readings. And so definitely, if you're into that, perfect show for you. So let's talk about this week. Couple interesting things are happening, in fact, today. And I was just looking at my notes. Mercury enters Taurus today. So people are like, well, what does that mean? Mercury enters Taurus. Well, Taurus is a sign of money. It's a sign of self-worth. And really what this means right now is you should be thinking of how to focus on your goals. What are your goals? What are you trying to manifest? What are your desires? What are the things that you want to accomplish this year? And really, this is a great time to start thinking about this with Mercury. Mercury is third house. It means mind. So these are some top of the mind things that you can be doing right now. Another thing is looking at our commitments. What are our commitments? What are we committed to do? And again, these are just some little tidbits that I like to present to people and say, hey, this is how to work with the sky and to use it as a tool. Because what I believe is with astrology is our chart is our blueprint, and we can use it to help us and to work on the things that, we want to work on. So another thing I wanted to talk about that's going on for this week, and I'm pulling it up here, is Black Moon Lilith. Now, Black Moon Lilith it's very interesting, and it's a very interesting part of our chart. And right now it's sextiling Venus until May 24th. So what does that mean? What is Black Moon Lilith, and what does it mean it's sextiling Venus? And I think it's about being very descriptive with what we want and what our needs are and our romantic partners. And I also think it's a part of the chart that it's the shadow side of yourself. So the story of Black Moon Lilith is very interesting. In Judeo mythology, Lilith was an equal partner to Adam, and she wanted to be his equal. And the gods, or the powers that be, however we think of all of this stuff, did not want that. They wanted the woman to be submissive to the man. And so basically Black Moon Lilith, she was shunned. She was kicked out of the Garden of Eden and more or less, I think, sexualized and made to look that, she was a dark entity, which I don't believe is true. I believe that Black Moon Lilith is our shadow side, and the shadow side of what we're trying to overcome. And a lot of times when I present it in the chart to people, people are like, I didn't really think about it like that. For example, I had a client tonight, and she had Black Moon Lilith and Aquarius in the 8th house. And I told her, 8th house is it's a house of shared resources. And by the way, the houses can mean 20, 30, 40 different things, but they have quote unquote the main things that most astrologers look at. But for this, I said, I think that when I'm reading your chart is about you being sexually free with no rules, because the Black Moon Lilith was in Aquarius, and Aquarius is a very rule-breaking sign, I would say, and it's about freedom and doing it your way. So I would say that that's, and she really, really related to that. She was like, wow, I never thought of it that way. And that makes a lot of sense to me. So I told her, I said, maybe some tantric practices. And what I mean by that is mixing sexuality with spirituality, where you go down 8th house is Scorpio. It's ruled by Scorpio. So it's very deep. It's a deep sign that wants more of a spiritual connection with a partner than just, okay, we're married, we share bills, we share this, we share that. It really is on a very, very deep, intimate level. So I think it's a very important part of the chart. And I think that I want to present Black Moon Lilith as a very positive aspect where we can all, doesn't matter, man, woman, we can all overcome our shadow side and really lean into it. For example, another example, I have Black Moon Lilith in Gemini in the 11th house of other people. And what I realized is I'm really scared to talk in front of groups. I was always very nervous to speak up, speak my mind, say what I mean what I say. And I really leaned into that. I really looked at that. And what I realized, obviously I'm doing the show, so I'm speaking in front of many people, but also what I've realized is that it's very empowering. I feel like I'm stepping into my power when I do these things. And that's what I want to provide to all my clients is, hey, use the chart as a tool. And this chart is a guide wherever the planets align, and whatever signs that they're in is the things that you came here to work on, that your soul came here to work on. So I feel, again, very honored to be an astrologer and honored to have people share their experiences with me. So I just wanted to present that. And this is a time, like I said, in May, this is a time that, this Black Moon Lilith is sextiling Venus. So it's a time to really say what you want in a relationship. Speak up. If you're feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm not feeling secure in this, or I'm feeling that this person's being very controlling, or this is not what I want, then listen to that intuition inside, because I feel like our higher self always guides us in a very positive and profound way. So I just wanted to kind of share all of that with you all tonight. And, now I'd like to do some readings. And I'm also going to look at where Black Moon Lilith is. I'm going to do my typical reading where I look at somebody's chart, I look at the lunar nodes, I have an idea, what their life purpose is, but I want to also kind of play with this tonight and look at, since we're in this Black Moon Lilith, what does this all look like? So, see, it looks like Black Moon Lilith now.
Hannah's on hold.
Okay. Hi, Hannah.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Did you resonate with what I said about Black Moon Lilith? Are you familiar with Black Moon Lilith?
Let me see.
Oops, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Ma'am?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
What is your birthday?
5/25/88.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
May 25th, 8.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't know. It sounds muffled to me.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, it's just not signal like where I'm like, the trees and all that. I have to move.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. It sounds a little muffled, so I was just trying to figure out like the birthday, day, month, year.
May 25th, 88.
May 20th, 1988?
No, May 25th, 1988.
May 25th, 1988. Okay, got it. The time you were born?
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Do you know your birth time?
No, ma'am. I think it was like 6:34 p.m.
We can try this. Yeah.
I believe that's it. 6:34 or 6:36.
6:34, 36 p.m. or a.m.?
p.m.
p.m. And city and state?
Pearl, Mississippi.
What's the name of that city?
Pearl, Mississippi.
Pearl.
Pearl.
Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Okay. Alrighty. Pearl, Mississippi. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this. Okay. I'm just I'm looking at this. All right. I wanted to look at where also Black Moon Lilith is, and where Chiron is. Okay. Couple things I see. Like I said, I'm a vibrational evolutionary astrologer. So I really look at the lunar nodes, which are elliptical points in the sky. And it looks to me, I'm going to say what it is in astrology, and then I'm going to tell you what it means. Your south node is in Virgo in the 11th house. The 11th house is other people, hopes and dreams. And your north node is in the 5th house, which is house of love, house of leisure. So what I see is, I believe that you're the type of person, first of all, you're a worrywart. You worry about everything. And I feel like because it's in the house of other people, it's not that you purposely try to keep up with the Joneses, but I feel like you care too much what people think, and a lot of times with this placement, everything could be like a goal, or it's just constant anxiety and stress and, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? And I'm not good enough. It's a lot of self-deprecation where you don't feel good about yourself. So really, that saying, let that shit go. I would have that in your room somewhere where you can see it every day, because that really describes the energy that you came here to, what you came here to accomplish and do, and know that you also came here to find your heart, to do what you love. And I feel like it's something spiritual, because it's in Pisces. So it's helping others. It could be helping, a marginalized population, people that are disenfranchised. It could be getting way deep into the woo-woo spiritual stuff where you're really tapping into that higher consciousness, but it really has to be about something that you love, that you feel drawn to do. Does that resonate with you?
It does. Everything you just said.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you're going to be at your highest vibration, and that's where you're going to feel the best about yourself. It's interesting because you have Lilith, what I talked about tonight, the Black Moon Lilith. You have it in Leo, and you have it in the 10th house. So the shadow side of you, I feel like, wants to be seen, where you might hide. You want to be seen, but it has to be seen in a way, in something that you really feel like that you feel really drawn to and that you love, and there you're going to make all the difference in the world to yourself, because you're going to be like, wow, this is something I love, and I want to show it to the world, and if you do that, you will have a reputation for it. You will have a reputation for it. I mean, I know it's hard because sometimes you have Chiron and Gemini. It's hard for you to speak up. It's hard for you to trust because it's in the 8th house, and the 8th house is about shared resources. It's house of psychic abilities, house of sex, it could be house of death, but house of death doesn't actually mean a physical death. It could mean a spiritual death, and in terms, it could mean transformation. So you really came here to overcome your fear of speaking up and to transform and to go down deep with yourself, and not be afraid, and learn to trust and love and learn to be connected. I feel like to a partner, where you're sharing resources and you're not feeling like, oh my gosh, this person is just invading on me, or not, or I'm not trusting. I'm not feeling trust and love, because you have in your 7th house, the sun. So I feel like you shine in partnership. It's just feeling like you are connected, and you have to be connected to a partner for you to feel that way. Otherwise, it's not going to work for you. Or if it has worked for you, you're not going to feel it. Again, it's really about not keeping up with the Joneses and really being connected to a true partner. So that's what I have for you. Thank you so much for dialing it, or for being part of this.
Thank you so much.
Okay, have a great night. Doreen? Lorena. I don't know why I was
Lorena,
thinking
Lorena.
Right. Okay. I must have read that wrong. It's been, these nighttime shows, right? Sometimes you're seeing things that are not there.
That's fine.
Lorena, what is your birthday? Day, month, and year.
My birthday? Okay, It's September 1975.
September what?
18, 1975.
Okay. 1975. What time were you born?
I believe it was like 9:52, something like that in the morning.
9:52 a.m. Okay, and city, state?
Dallas, Texas.
Texas. Dallas. There's so many it's so interesting how many states have the same. There's a Dallas, Kansas. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So again, I'm going to look at your nodes, the elliptical points in the sky. They are your life path. You came here, you come in the south node, you're trying to get to the north node. So it's interesting, your south node is in Taurus in the 7th house, and your north node is in Scorpio in the 1st house. So what that means with the south node in Taurus, it's all about financial security and feeling like, oh my gosh, the worst thing for a south node in Taurus is to tell them that they're not financially secure. I mean, it's almost like you have the double Venus complex too. And I know this energy well because I have the same energy I have a south node in Libra in the 2nd house of Taurus. You tend to probably be a people pleaser, especially when it comes to your closest relationships, especially partners. You're a go-alonger, and really with the nodes natally being in Aries Libra, this is your year to really step into your power, to transform. You came here to transform all that energy where you don't feel that you have the financial aspect of who you are, and also your self-worth. You have self-worth. You came here to transform and step into your power and do what you want to do. It's not about what a partner wants you to do or close family members want you to do. It's really about what's driven inside of you, and this is a perfect year to do this. So whatever is calling to you this year, step into that and take advantage of that. I would say Chiron and Aries in the 6th house. Have you had any type of health issue?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
nothing major.
Nothing major. Okay. Sometimes people with Chiron in the 6th house, they could have some sort of health issues. Sometimes they think things are there that aren't there. It is some, issues with health. Sometimes it could be hard for them to get on a routine that works for them. There could be just something blocking them from that. I would say you have Jupiter there. Jupiter supports you. So, use that Jupiter. Again, it's about really getting into your own power and feeling good about you and not needing validation from other people, not needing validation or emotional or security from other people.
Okay.
I would say that Pisces, Pisces, I think you can find that spiritual person that you want to, and get into your Pisces as far as your Black Moon Lilith in Pisces. You can connect. You came here to really connect to source too. It's there. Maybe sometimes you dismiss it, but it's going to provide you the things that you want. I mean, obviously you're being called and drawn to these things because you're having a reading on a psychic, on an astrology show. So I would just keep doing these things, keep transforming, keep stepping into your power, and don't be afraid to be who you are. Don't listen to other people and be, just keep doing you. Because this is a powerful year, I said, for Aries and for the North Node in Aries. we all need to step into our power, and we all need to just say, okay, people are going to think what they're going to think, and that's okay. I love me. It's that old thing, I love me, and I just want to be the best me that I can be for me. You know, it's not about everybody else. So I hope that helps you. And again, this is a powerful year for you to transform and to be you. So thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate, Black Moon Lilith, the shadow side, very interesting story for those who want to research it and read it. And I try to give tidbits every week. We do have one last thing I wanted to mention. We do have on the 23rd of Thursday, May 23rd, we have a full moon in Sagittarius. So that's something that I'm going to talk about in more depth next week. I think full moons are great because they're great to release energies that are no longer useful for us, whereas a new moon is a new beginning. And I find that I have played with these moon cycles. I start all my things that I want to do, my business, my relationships, things that I really want to accomplish in my life during a new moon, and things that I want to release that are no longer necessary in my growth on a full moon. So I'm super excited to continue this journey with Zodiac Zone. And please, 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 in the Facebook group, if there's anything that any of you want to hear about or anything that you're interested in, I always take comments and suggestions. And I do personal readings. You know, my website is www.mmastrovibes.com. And thank you all for tuning in tonight. And I'm so excited to be continuing and growing with this show as well.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
To A1R Psychic Radio, here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're in Australia. Hope you've had an absolutely sensational week in the midst of all this madness with elections going on around the world. We're sort of gearing up here for our state election and then next year our federal election. And I know our family and friends in the USA are, gearing up with debates and people sort of, plummeting their wares on the street of who to vote for and how to do it and why you should do this and why you shouldn't do that. Don't you get a bit sick of it all? Like them all prancing around like show ponies, telling you how great they are. And they're lying through their teeth because that's the game, isn't it? It's politics. That's what they do around the world. They tell you what they think you want to hear. So anyway, this week on the show, we're going to go with the the Simply Tarot card of the week, and this is in no way any reflection on politics, I might add. This is the Tower card. Now, the Tower card is the card of catastrophe or accident. It can be things happening at very quickly at a lightning pace. Now, when this card comes out in a reading, it doesn't always mean there's a catastrophe or an accident around, but you have to look at it in that way because it is the Tower card and people are falling from the tower and there is fire. So there can be that potential of something like that. But 9 times out of 10, it usually just means things are moving very, very quickly in your life. And I look at it as a positive card because when I see this come out in a reading, I look at it and I think, wow, okay, great, let's go. It's time. Everything's getting cleared away. The things that have been holding us back are now going to be removed. Things are going to happen very quickly, and we need to be aware of it. It's a little bit like Uranus in astrology. It comes in like the bolt of lightning, clears everything away, and sort of then you've got a clean deck to start with. And a little bit like Uranus, it sort of says make sure that you're very careful what you wish for. Don't sort of go to work and say, I hate my job, I hate my job, I hate my job. Because the universe will accommodate and take it away from you. Yes, we all have the right to vent every now and then, but be very careful of our verbal diarrhea. As I said, this is a very positive card in my opinion. It's going to blow the cobwebs out of your life. It's going to make changes. It's going to make things happen very, 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 very quickly. So we'll move on to the astrology section. And I want to thank everybody for all your lovely, kind messages and your questions and things like that people sort of say to me, I really look forward to this segment. I watch it a couple of times because I get so much out of it. That's the aim of what I'm trying to achieve here with astrology, is to give you an overview or a snapshot of where the planets are sitting at this precise time just before we go to air, so that it's as current as it can be. I don't break down the 12 signs, but I will tell you what signs are going to be most affected and how it's going to affect them. And if it's going to affect all of us, I will explain that to you as well. So this week we're happy to say happy birthday to all the Libra people in the world. The sun has just gone into Libra for your birthday period. So it's a really nice time of the year. And it's a time of the year where all of us, no matter what your star sign is, we can try and bring our lives into some sort of balance. It's the time to seek out the truth. It's the time to look for the truth in areas of your life that maybe you haven't been able to look at before, or were too busy to, or there wasn't enough answers. Now's the time to revisit that and maybe look at it with a fresh set of eyes, because by doing that, we may find some answers there. We may be able to bring our lives into balance. Now, I want to be very clear. A lot of people sort of write up things about Librians and say, oh, they can't balance their lives. They've got the scales and they're always trying to balance things. Yes, they are always trying to bring things into balance, but that in no way makes them a weak person or somebody that is indecisive or can't make a decision. What it says is they look at everything very, very squarely. If there's 5 things in the equation before they make the decision, they give each one of those 5 parts of that decision-making the fair time that's needed to look at it from every angle, and then they move on to the next one and the next one. And then when they've completed it, only then will they bring down their decision or move forward. So actually it's a very powerful sign, because they have the ability to take the emotion out of the situation, look at the facts, then bring the emotion back into it, then look at how it's going to affect everybody that's involved, and then bring down their final decision or their final judgment. So it's a very, very powerful sign. Don't ever underestimate a Libra. Just because they seem bright and breezy and a little bit airy doesn't mean that the wheels aren't turning in behind that mind of theirs, sort of constantly working out what's going to be the best thing. So the sun is in Libra, as I said. It's also conjunct or holding hands with what's known as one of the moon's nodes, which is the north node. Now, the north node is where we're aspiring to. Now, this will affect all the 12 signs. We should all be aspiring to get to the truth, to bring our lives into balance, to bring some sort of harmony into our lives, to behave more like a Libra, particularly in this next 7 days. If there's issues there that you've been dealing with or struggling with family members or work situations, or just your neighbour or your friends or whatever the case may be, now is the time to try and put yourself in their shoes and try and understand how they're feeling, why they're feeling this way. Is there anything that you can suggest or you can do to help them, to improve the situation or improve what they may be going through? And you may be pleasantly surprised to turn around and find out from them that they're quite overwhelmed and quite taken back that you would even take the time to consider helping them. They may not require your help, but they're going to be tickled pink that you actually offered and thought of them. So it's a time now to sort of be kind to other people. We have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. So this is going to affect the Cancers, Scorpios, and Pisces, of course, and the opposite sign is Capricorn. It will wash over the other remaining 8 signs, but Mars is the planet of action. But for those first 4 signs that I mentioned, that's where the emphasis is really going to be. For the rest of us, it's just going to be a nice, gentle washover. So Mars is asking for everybody to get out of their own road, in a sense, sort of like it's time to get moving. It's time to sort of start following your feelings. What is your gut telling you? What do you need to change in your life, or what do you need to put more energy into? Because Mars is here to give you that boost of energy. It's there to sort of say, come on, let's rally the troops, let's get cracking, let's get these things sorted out. But we have to be following what our gut is telling us, what our feelings are telling us. For some people, that may be putting some energy or some action in around the home, because we are talking about Mars in Cancer, which rules the home environment. It can also be nurturing or helping those people that are closest to us that might need a hand. And again, coming back to that sort of putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Is there something I can do for you? Is there anything I can do that's going to make your life a little bit easier? And sometimes it's just a simple phone call or a message is all it takes, and people sort of feel important. So make sure with Mars in Cancer here that you're really digging deep, you're really listening to your instincts and then acting upon them. We still have Jupiter in Gemini. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is going to affect the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. It will wash over the remaining 8 signs, but not quite as strong. Now, with Jupiter in Gemini, Jupiter's the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. Now, Jupiter's asking Geminis and the air signs particularly, and also the Sagittarians, to sort of look at their surroundings, look at ways that they could maybe improve their luck. Is there something that maybe you had on the back burner that you can bring back forward again, that you can start to put some more energy into it? Maybe the time is right now for this project to sort of reach fruition. Maybe it's the time to start something new. Look around. If you're feeling, you're a little bit tight on money, look at other ways that maybe you can increase some money into the coffers. Not all of us have a skill in our back pocket that we can do as a side hustle, but for a lot of us, there's old bits and pieces around the house that maybe we might be able to sell in a market situation and raise a few dollars. For other people, it might be, look, I've always wanted to do this, but I haven't had the time, or maybe now is the time to bring that in as a hobby or a side hustle, and that'll give you a few extra dollars. And for some people, it might just be really sort of looking at their options for the remainder of this year and the early part of next year. What can I do to improve my job prospects or improve the current situation that I'm in? Do I need to look at some further training or study? Am I in the right job? Is it time to start making plans for sort of maybe a transition next year? There's lots of things on the table. So it's not one size fits all. There's many, many different strings to this bow. So work out what it is for you that Jupiter is affecting you, no matter what your star sign is. There's a message there for you, and something that we need to be actively putting some energy into. And for some people, it may just be their health. Sometimes that's the most important thing in our lives, is we've got to get our bodies and our health as best we can before we can then sort of open our lives up to sort of maybe creating a better lifestyle or some extra money or taking up a hobby or whatever the case may be. So don't just say, oh, well, I can't do that because my health is not good. Then maybe focus on your health first, get that right, get things moving in the best way that you possibly can, and then you can focus on what brings you pleasure or what gives you the opportunity to make some money. We still have Pluto sitting in Capricorn. Now, look, I've spoken about Pluto in Capricorn for a very, very long time on the show, but it's really important. I keep reminding you at the moment, this will be the last time Pluto will be in Capricorn for 224 years. So we've got Pluto sitting there until November 19. Now, why is this so important? Now, Pluto is in Capricorn, so it's going to affect the Capricorns, Tauruses, and Virgo. Opposite sign of Cancer. Then it washes over the remaining 8 signs. Now, Pluto in Capricorn rules things like big business, government, official situations, anything official in your life. Now, with Pluto being retrograde or going backwards here, Pluto is doing his one final dance to try and get everything right. Now, look, I've spoken about, as I said, Pluto and Virgo for many, many years on this show, and I've talked about the different ways that Pluto can affect things. It affects governments, it affects climate change. It can, it was partly to blame, I believe, for COVID-19. Trying to get the world to sort of sit up and take notice that we were destroying the planet in lots of ways. And look at how the oceans and things like that responded when we weren't all out there polluting it, things like that, and the animals and things like that. So we learnt hopefully some lessons during COVID that, you know, we had to reboot our lives and look at what was important to us. And a lot of people are still even saying it to me today, I've got a better work-life balance. I didn't realise how important my family and friends were until we were all in lockdown. So that was one of the many lessons of Pluto. So I think the final lesson here is to make sure that anything on an official level, on a personal level, is right. Don't overlook anything. Go back and go over every piece of paper that you've got, every utility bill you've got. Have you got the best cell phone deal? Have you got the best electricity deal? Whatever it might be. Anything of an official nature that needs to be revamped, looked at, sorted out. And then finally, I suppose it's sort of trying to hopefully reorganise the world in some sort of political sense, and hopefully somebody will get some sense and we stop the war in Ukraine and we stop what's going on in the Middle East. So we still have Neptune in Pisces until around about October, and then we'll move on. And the same with Saturn. Both of them are there till nearly the end of the year, both in Pisces. So Neptune in Pisces is giving us the creativity for each and every sign, not just the water signs. It's flowing over to all of us. And the same with Saturn. Saturn's bringing in a discipline that I think we all need. And regardless of the fact whether you're a water sign or whatever sign you are, yes, both of those planets are affecting the water signs the most, which again is Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but it is washing over the other remaining signs. So we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware that, yes, we do have the structure in our lives to bring some creative solutions into our lives. If we only look a little bit deeper and ask ourselves the question, what is it we're trying to achieve? How does this affect my life? How does this affect the people that are closest to me? And is it the right thing to do? It's not the time necessarily to be completely selfish or completely put yourself first. It's the time where, yes, you can do that first and then look at how it starts to affect other people. Now, it's really, really interesting because we've got the part of fortune, which is another Arabian part that we don't talk about very often, is also sitting in Cancer. So there's a lot of emphasis in Cancer at the moment. Now, what the Arabian part then will do is sort of bring a nice sort of calming energy, particularly to Cancer, Scorpios and Pisces and the opposite sign of Capricorn, but it'll activate and work with the other previous things that I've talked about that have been happening in Cancer and happening in the water signs. So it's really starting to sort of rev that up a little bit and bring things to the forefront. Finally, I want to close the astrology section with Venus in Scorpio. Now, Venus in Scorpio, Venus is the planet of love and affection. And yes, again, it's affecting the water signs. The real message this week seems to be water signs. But it's also affecting the rest of us. Now, the reason why I want to bring this up, Venus in Scorpio is a very intense energy. It can sometimes be very brutal. It can sometimes be, you know, we all say we want the truth until the truth's actually presented to us. And sometimes Scorpios don't necessarily sugarcoat anything. They just blurt it out and that's it. And, you know, there's black or white. There's no shades of grey in between. And that's okay for them. But for the remaining 11 signs, some of us don't really handle that real well. We like things a little bit softer. So be very, very careful if you're dealing with matters of the heart, no matter what your star sign is this week. Make sure that you're not behaving like a Scorpio and just spitting it out and saying it's black or white and there's no room for negotiation. Because love is about negotiation. It's about give and take. It's about not always being right, you know, that the other person sometimes is allowed to have the stage too, and that their needs need to be met. And, you know, you just need to be very careful because sometimes when you've got Venus in Scorpio here, we tend to be a little bit brash. We tend to be a little bit hard-hitting. We don't have our listening ears on. We're only looking out for our own needs. So please just make sure that you listen and look and sort of consider the other person's needs before you sort of continue on with your conversation or the decisions that need to be made. We're going to talk with Angela now in Houston in Texas in the USA. Are you there, Angela?
Yes,
hello, Angela. Do you have a question I can answer for you, please? You have a question, please, for me?
I do. I mean, not necessarily a question. I just want to know if there's there's a specific person that I'm dealing with right now, and everything's very new. But I just kind of want to know. I don't know about them because I am in a position where I don't have.
I have some trust issues, and I just kind of am very, I'm very I'm scared to get into something I'm scared to get into a relationship.
I can understand that, Angela. I don't expect you to share their name with a worldwide stage, but if you could give me their first initial, that will allow me to tap into their energy, and I can give you a little bit more of a read on who they are and what to expect. So what's their first initial, please?
R.
Okay. All right. So it's really, really interesting because I know that you've got trust issues, and I know, because you just mentioned that to me, and I understand that. And it's a very, very real concern because when you've had your heart broken more than once, we do tend to build up brick walls, and we do tend to sort of promise ourselves that these sort of things are never going to happen again. And that's part of being human. But at the same time, we as human beings want to be able to open ourselves up and trust somebody again and love somebody again and be in a loving, right sort of relationship. But it's like the two are in conflict. It's like one side says, yes, you can love, and the other side says, no, you remember what happened last time. So we sort of fight with ourselves. Now, the first thing that I'm picking up around R is I also feel he has some reservations too, not about you, but reservations about not wanting to be hurt again as well. I think he's been very severely hurt in the past, and he's not the sort of person that really readily opens up and talks about his pain. And it's sort of something, it's a little bit like pulling teeth. You get a bit of information here and another bit a bit later on, and so on it goes. And I suppose if he was the one I was talking to, he'd probably say to me the same thing about you, Angela, that, you don't give a lot away either. Look, I don't feel uncomfortable with this situation. That's my personal opinion, looking into the situation or the potential of the relationship developing further for the two of you. All I can suggest is don't do anything that you feel uncomfortable with. If you feel the relationship's going too fast, then slow it down. If you feel that you've got some, issues that are coming to the surface and you look at them and you say, well, there's not really real, these are my past issues, then try and sort it out. Don't sort of then turn around and project that onto him. I don't believe for 1 second he is going to do anything that's going to break your heart in as much as a trust issue. I mean, all relationships have issues. We all have arguments, that's what part of loving and being in a relationship. But it shouldn't be a constant thing. You should be able to sort of sort things out. Just take it very, very slowly. And, I think it's more your fear from the past of not wanting to make a mistake again that sort of is holding you back from the joy that you can have this time around. But that's my opinion. You have to proceed, Angela, at the pace that you feel comfortable. And it's, a little by little, those brick walls, those barriers will come down. And take your time. I think we're in such a hurry in this day and age. If you throw back to 50 or 100 years ago, people took their time. They got to know each other. That's why people went to courting as such. They took the time to gaze into each other's eyes, to find out what their favourite colour was, what sort of food they liked, how they dressed, what sort of person they were. And they took their time to get to know each other before they even had their first kiss. And then, again, a certain period of time before, they were considered a couple and before it was considered that maybe that they would get married and spend their lives together. I think we can take some lessons from that. We're all in such a tearing great hurry that we think we've got to be in a relationship and married within weeks or months instead of really getting to know somebody. And that's where I think if you can do that, I think you'll find he's a really, really nice person. And he's got as many fears and phobias and upsets in his life that he hasn't sort of really talked about either, because he's a private person like you. So I think once both of you can start to relax a little bit more, you'll feel a lot better. So I know it's going to be a good opportunity for you, Angela, and that's where I've got to leave it. So I hope that's helped you. Okay, we're going to talk with Amber now in Warren in Michigan in the USA. Are you there, Amber?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question for me, Amber?
Yes, I had a question. I don't know if you can answer this, but my stepdad and my grandfather are very sick right now. My stepdad has cancer, and my grandfather's in the hospital. I don't know if you can answer. Are they going to pass away?
Sweetie, it's one of those ambiguous sort of questions by different laws in different states and different countries we're not allowed to discuss. what I can do is say to you, you know the answers. You have already had the insight, whether it's been in a dream form or when you've walked into the room and you've thought, gee, I don't think you've got more than 2 weeks, or whatever the case may be, you've already been given the guidelines for when and how. Well, we know how, but when it's going to happen. You know, it's sort of, I don't think either of them are going to be what I'd call a traumatic passing. I'm seeing both of them being quite peaceful. And I think that's the best that we can hope for, you know, in that situation, isn't it? That they go peacefully and, you know, look, if you feel overwhelmed and you feel that you can't go and visit the hospital today, then do that. You know, even if something happens and they pass away, just know that was right for you. I think we put ourselves under so much pressure at a situation like this that I've got to go every day. It might be my last chance. Well, okay, it might be your last chance, but if you've said everything that you wanted to say to that person, then the extra time is a bonus. It's a blessing. It's a, you know, a time where you can sit there and hold their hand, even though they may not be awake and conscious of you being there, they do know you're there. And, you know, it's got to be, you've got to look after yourself as well, because there's no point in going there if you've got 1,000 things to do and you're there and you think, oh, God, I could be off doing this and that and the other. They pick up on that. They want those last special times here on earth with us to be happy and as stress-free as possible. You know, we're all going to pass away. That's a given. It's, you know, some people have an opportunity to say goodbye, and there's a lot of people that don't. So look at this as, you know, you've been given a golden opportunity to spend some quality time with them, say everything you wanted to say if you haven't already said so, and just enjoy those last few moments, days, weeks, months, whatever it may be with them, but listen to your instincts. You know, you may get a dream, you might get a flash, you might see something on a roadside and you look again, there's nothing there, but you saw 2 weeks there 2 minutes ago. So they're the sort of ways that, you know, people that have already passed over can sort of make the transition for us easier to understand, well, these are the little signs and symbols that they're giving us to give us a little bit of a heads up of what's to come. I mean, you know in your heart of hearts, both of these gentlemen aren't going to make it. You know, their time is close. And that's what you have to follow. And it's very hard, you know, when it's, I don't think it gets any easier. As we get older and we face this more often, it doesn't get any easier. You know, it's not one of those things that the more you practice, the better you get at it. It doesn't work that way. It's just a matter of looking at each situation individually and doing the very, very best you can do and fit into your life. And that's the important thing. Nobody is expecting you to drop everything to be there for them just because they're sick. You know, they would be very hurt and upset if that was the case. They want to feel that you want to be there, that this is where you need to, not so much need to be, but where you want to be. And that's the difference. And, you know, look, I hear so many stories weekly. You know, oh, I just slipped out to get a cup of coffee or to go to the bathroom, or I went home to have a shower to come back and mum passed away, or whoever. And it's like, you know, I've been there for weeks. Why did she do it when I left? Because that's what they want. That's their decision to go at the time that suits them. So don't be disappointed if something like that happens. It is their choice, you know, and, you know, sometimes people don't want an audience when it's happening. You know, it's their decision, you know, and then other people wait until that particular person arrives and then peacefully go after that. There is no right or wrong way. It doesn't get any easier. And everybody has a right to sort of, I believe, to create their own exit the way that they would like it to be, hopefully. You know, like, it's a sad time. And it's hard because you don't know what to say to people that haven't got long, but just let them talk. If they're still able to talk and they want to ramble on about what they did when they were 10, fine, let them talk. You know, it's their way of preparing as well, because I truly do believe most of us will know or have a sense of, whether we're conscious of it or not, that our time is getting close. And, you know, people start to relive the past and different things like that. And some people don't. Some people, it's a very sudden thing. All you can do is do what feels right, Amber, and don't be stressed out about it. If, you know, you're too late to get there because you had to go shopping or go to the doctor, well, so be it. You know, that's life as well. Life must continue. But I know both of these gentlemen are very appreciative and love you very much. And, you know, they just want to protect you. They don't want you to be, too sad. They want you to sort of get on with living after they're gone. So, make sure that you continue the family traditions and things that were important to them as well into time to come. So that's where we've got to leave it, Amber. I'll send you some love and some healing, and I hope that, it's not as difficult as what you were anticipating. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave Amber. Look, it's always difficult when people have got, people in hospitals and things and hospices and things like that, and we know the end is coming. It's not any easier for me, and I'm, been in this sort of work for a very, very long time. We're all human. We all have things that we need to process or let go of or do or whatever. Just do what feels right, what comes naturally to you, and sidestep anybody else trying to put pressure on you that it's more important than you go than they go. Do what feels right for you. So this week I want to leave you with a song that has nothing to do with what we've been talking about with our ladies on the show. It's one of my favourite songs and one of the world's most brilliant singers, songwriters, and I've had the pleasure to see this man a couple of times in concert, and the last time he was here in Brisbane, he said he hadn't been here for over 27 years, and he promised his little toddler son the next time he went to Australia he'd bring him with him, and he certainly did. And he's the one and only Neil Diamond. And I'm going to leave you this week with a lovely song from the jazz singer, and a lot of people will know this song, and it just always still brings tears to my eyes when I hear this song. It's a very moving, well-written lyrics by the one and only Neil Diamond, and it's called Love on the Rocks. So until next week, I hope love is not on the rocks in your place. It certainly isn't in mine. We'll see you then. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for 3 to C with Kylie. Live from X3to CX.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is 3 to C on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey there, happy September. I am so excited to be here again, looking different as I look different every day. I morph, I change my energy, that's what I do. And there's a little thing that has to do with ancestral healing in that for me. And that's kind of where I have been going and what I have been getting at for the last few years, especially within my collective. As I heal mothers, I heal children, I heal parents, and sometimes families, just so that you can release your wounds and release the connections that you have to negative energy, especially when people push your boundaries and push your buttons. It can be hard to control yourself, and it can be hard to hold up your own energy and stay strong. And it's very important to be able to do that all throughout your life, no matter what kind of situation you're going through. And releasing the energy that you hold within your ancestral wounds and your energy body, which is connected to your body, is what's going to be what's best for you, especially if you're doing a Reiki healing or anything like that. Ancestral wounds will come up and be explained to you, especially in a session with me. So it's very important to understand that healing yourself on your journey, healing what's going on around you, all has to do with your ancestral body, which is connected to spiritual beings, connected to you, which can be family, it can be spirit guides, and it can also be energies that you have connected with in different, I want to say lifetimes, but past lives can be either a past life situation you've been through that you believe in reincarnation, or it can be a symbolism of something that happened in your life in the past, and it's connected to energy that could have been transformed, or there's a more clear knowing behind it. So understanding that you hold energy in your body is very important, and releasing energy through ancestral healing, which is through your body, is going to be very important to release trauma blockages or emotional blockages or anything that you feel is binding you. Difficulties with yourself situation within any type of ancestral healing, especially through healing generational family history issues, especially if you're a chain breaker, which is what a lot of my collective is and are. And this is very important to note because you're breaking generational wounds and traumas that your family have broken down. And most of my collective, where I do my business, have healed themselves and removed the generational chains and curses that they feel they have because they're carrying on the same energy. So understanding that, a lot of the collective that I've been healing publicly are healers themselves. I'm cutting out on my end a little bit. That's funny. They are releasing energy. Anyway, they're releasing energy with ancestral wounds. And if you are a psychic or a psychic medium or a spiritual energy being and you practice any type of spiritual energy, releasing your ancestral wounds that are connected to your mortal body, which is connected to your chakra body, is going to help you heal and also release energy that can linger in the mind space, even if you have a wound on the body, which is very important to understand. If you're doing any spiritual work, that you should absolutely look into ancestral healing. This is actually going to be your shadow work. But if you look into it a little bit deeper, especially with past and history knowledge of your family and mistakes that they've made or mistakes that you have made because of those situations, even down to the slightest little bit of, it's hard to explain. Anything can be a generational chain of a trauma. And if you are the one to break the curse, then you can remove it. You can remove it and it doesn't continue, and you will collect that energy in your body, and you can either break it and push it away, or you can transmute that energy to use it for something else. And that is why I also do Reiki healings and use Reiki healing energy, because you can transform the energy that's in your body instead of holding it. You can remove wounds, and this connects you deeper to your ancestors, because within Reiki healings, it elevates your ability to connect. Very important to say that. I had to take a breath also. Boundaries were pushed today. So understand that connecting with Reiki healing energy is going to help you remember to connect with yourself, and remember to connect with your body and connect you with spirit. And this is the energy that calms you. This is the energy that leads you. And if you are more frequently getting Reiki healings, this is going to connect you to higher consciousness, which is where you can speak with your spirit team, your spirit guides, passed on family members, even pets you can connect to. But it's very important to remove the wounds on your Reiki energy body or your chakra body that you look at with Reiki energy, so that you can move forward with present and positive emotion, and be able to move forward with a clear understanding. So it's very important to understand Reiki is going to remove wounds on your body. The wounds are connected to things that you have done, experiences that you have gone through, and wounds that are from trauma that has been passed down through your family. Also understanding that I will be teaching an ancestral healing session in October. I'm going to get more into information about how to connect deeper with your ancestors as well. But you want to connect deeper with your ancestors through Reiki healings and consciousness, so that you can receive information, whether it be from a spirit or just from your body, so that you can move forward in a more magical life, because that's what I do. That's how my life is so practical for me. And that's how I became a psychic medium that is the healer. So understanding that if you remove your ancestral wounds, if you remove the traumas that you have and connect to consciousness, you will also be guided into doing the best things for yourself. So the more that you trust yourself, the less fear that you have, and the more that you get over blockages about communication is going to be very important, because some of you are holding back from understanding what you're doing or saying that you're understanding what you're doing, but you just really want to communicate it. So at least communicate it with yourself. Pull back a little bit and realize that you can do it without talking about it all the time, and just kind of believe in yourself a bit. But I am going to take my first call on the line. Okay, I'm going to wait just a second. I am going to take just a second to realize a couple things. I didn't really introduce my whole story, so I will in a while. But it's very important to understand that some things are very hard to get over, and some things you have to heal at the same time as learning, because that's what the human experience is. And having spirituality on that path has led me to have deeper understandings and more control over the situation, because I actually had more control over myself, especially being a psychic. So it's very important to understand the more that you heal, the more that you look to yourself to heal your inner wounds instead of projecting them. And the more that you trust yourself, you can admit things in your own energy, and then you start to know more things in your own energy. And you just get day-to-day guidance or day-to-day movement from intuition, and it leads you into a spiritual relationship with your body. You can speak to your body, and your body will give you internal or external understandings. Like a burp can be a confirmation. You can receive chills if you are in a particular situation, or if you need a confirmation. So the more that you're connected with your body is very important, especially within Reiki healings. And understand that is how I got here. So the more that you release the energy that's connected to you, the better you're going to be able to understand what's coming to you. Because if you want to receive these intuitive downloads or the psychic information, you will be blocked from receiving them, or you won't have the complete understanding, because you have to feel completely out of higher consciousness instead of ego. And usually wounds are connected to ego. Wounds are connected to trauma that you receive, or sometimes even trauma that you give. Wounds are also connected to difficulties expressing yourself. And like anything can be a traumatic wound that is on your body. And if you hold it and don't heal it, it can block you from being able to understand things directly, because your spiritual team is sitting with you to heal. Your spiritual team is sitting with you to heal so that you can understand anything about your life. That's what spiritualism is for. You don't have to be a part of a general religion. You can, but you can use it to connect with your body, which is what is the most important part of energy healing, because your body can be rendered if you are not taking care of yourself safely. If you are doing it safely and taking care of yourself, that's why it's very important to not do any type of drug. You will harm yourself. You'll harm your body, and you'll remove it. And it's very important. By removing it, you'll remove the energy. They'll remove the energy to connection of positive influence and almost like the calm, higher consciousness, God energy, if you are doing something that's harming yourself. Now, anything can be a drug, and you have to look at it in the way that you look at it as a drug, because some people think plants are drugs. Some people think herbs are drugs, like lavender could be used as a drug. A passion flower can be used as a drug if you look at it that way, but you don't have to do that. So you don't have to align yourself within a higher energy. You can do it freely without drugs. And the more you trust yourself, and the more that you're open and honest with releasing energy, the more that that's going to work for you, the better it's going to work. Because also, I'm hearing the more downloads you're going to get. So yes, if someone's asking, you will get more downloads, but it's very important to understand that the stream of consciousness you're connected to is the most important, especially if you're healing someone. Also, understanding that energies can connect to you is very important as well, but it's going to be energies that you are calling, or, energy that is surrounding you that you are asking for, especially if you're a person that is doing negative things or you are causing negative situations for others. Energies will talk to you, energies will sit with you, energies will influence you. And that's why it's so important to be cleansed and have good spiritual hygiene. Because if you don't, some rough things can happen to you. I'll tell you, you can go on a spiritual journey and you can think you're winning until you're not, or you can win all the way. It depends on the energy that you hold. It depends on your influence and your intention on the energy behind what you're doing. So if you are struggling to, if you're struggling to get the words out like me, don't be an asshole. Be good to people. Be nice. Literally, be a good person. If you want to connect with higher consciousness, think of other people too. Think of yourself. Be calm. Be steady natured. Be loving. And do what's best from your heart. Do what's best from your heart. You don't even have to project from your solar plexus. You can follow what's in your heart because they're connected. Because this in your solar plexus is where God energy is speaking to you. And so when you're moving out of your heart, it's also connected to your solar plexus because they are almost bonded. I see that in Reiki healings. So it's very important to understand that your root and your crown are bonded. And sometimes your heart and your solar plexus can be bonded, as well as your chakras can be bonded with others, which creates a tie. That would be an energetic tie. So understanding that, it's very important to be present and be kind and be understanding of those around you, because you will connect with energy when you're on the journey. When you're on the journey of spirituality, you're going to connect with energy. Energy is going to sit with you and you're going to heal every wound. And you may cause those around you to heal wounds, which I have been dealing with, and they don't like it. They don't like it, and it's understandable. Healing sucks, but you got to understand that you have to heal. You have to heal. And if you're on a spiritual journey and you believe in that, your spirit team will take you full throttle through every single thing you need to learn, every single thing you need to know, especially down to confidence. You will learn confidence in every single way. You will learn how to feel amazing about yourself, and you will be given spiritual energy. You'll be given gifts and connections to so much. But trust yourself, connect with good energy. And I'm going to take a caller. I have Catherine on the line.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for taking the call.
Yes, of course. How are you this evening?
I'm all right. And yourself?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you a little bit. Okay, so I want to get into the session. Are you looking for a general reading, or do you have a specific question?
I have a specific question. I'm searching for work and trying desperately to find a job. I'm just curious if there's anything in my future coming up for me, please.
Oh my goodness. So you want to ask a specific question, and is it about your work?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay, your connection is really rough. So let me just see if I can get it for you. So are you trying to get like a higher position and you're waiting to hear back?
Yeah, I've been applying for work nonstop, just waiting for any opportunity to come my way.
Okay. 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 Sorry, just trying to make sure I can hear your call. Okay, so I'll just start reading your energy. You don't have to tell me anything. So you're looking for a higher position for work and you're trying to hear back, or you're trying to decide to apply for it. I do see energy of you connecting to it, but there's something that you're not grabbing. There's like an extra thing that you have to do in your personal life, not even specifically your home life, but your personal life. You have to finish that before you can get to this situation, because I see that you're wanting just like higher financial stability, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so not necessarily more work, but you want higher financial stability. So you have to
It's
close
financial
off
stability.
okay. So you have to close off. You have a spiritual cycle. It's I heard hit or miss. So you're either you're getting these tests spiritually from your spirit team, and you're either just doubting yourself or you're like shoving something off. You're not breaking something away that you've realized is there, or you're just like shrugging it off like it's not bothering you. Like even if it's like an old friend that's connecting with you.
Okay.
So have you have spiritual energy connected to you, but it's very important to understand that you're picking up. Are you also a medium?
I have some sensibilities. I wouldn't consider myself a medium, but some sensitivity.
Okay. Well, I do see that you are. I do see that you are actually a medium. So you have the capabilities. If you want to get more into it, you can practice it. But okay, so this is what's making sense. You have a friend that kind of pushed you away from either believing in yourself, not even necessarily directly, but they pushed you away from believing in yourself, or you had some self doubt that kind of reflected off of them to you. And you're supposed to actually be using spiritual energy, and you have been, but you need to bring it a little more awareness so that you can remove the blockage. Because you actually have a blockage in your heart chakra. Did you have a grandfather you were really close to?
Not in particular. I mean, I knew my grandfathers both before they passed. I was not specifically close to one or the other.
Okay. I do see 1, 2, 3 spirits sitting with you, kind of like on a chair. They're sitting with their hands on you behind a chair. And these spirits are sitting with you, generally kind of speaking, saying you need to release your financial blockage also, because you think that you're not, the more that you worry about it, the less that you're going to get it. The less that it's going to be able to come to you, because you have to release. This is something that's for you, that was sent by your spirit team, but this is for you to trust more. You're actually being asked more to get into spiritual work, and this may be why you have been trying to use your capabilities or feeling like you should. But understanding that, connecting with your energy, you are really supposed to be using your spiritual abilities to get you farther and to release the blockage that you have on your heart. I think it's because your spiritual energies are sitting with you and you don't necessarily believe that they are fully there, maybe. That's what I'm seeing a little bit, is you're reaching, but you're like looking up. I see you reaching and looking up and not seeing anything. So just because they're not there doesn't mean they're not. They're right with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's reassuring for sure.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay. I have the next caller, and this is Ginger.
Yes.
How are you this evening?
Good. How are you?
I am wonderful.
Good.
Okay. Are you looking for a general reading, or would you like to ask a specific question?
Just general.
Okay. Let's see. Generally speaking, I usually go through a Reiki healing, but you don't have any energetic wounds on your body, because that's usually what I target. So all your chakras are flowing. And if you are a spiritual medium, which I feel like I know that you are.
I do.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to access or do it.
You just don't know how to do what?
I said I just don't know how to, I guess, ground myself and get involved like you guys do it.
Okay. So the one reason that you're actually blocked is because you have a wound that was passed down from your grandmother to your mother and now to you. Do you have children? Are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. You there?
Okay. Yep,
I'm sorry, do you have children?
I do.
Okay. So you have a generational wound of not feeling like you're good enough, like you're not good enough of a mother. This may also be why when you're trying to talk to your mom about what's going on in your life or like things that happened when you were younger, she said that she's not good, like she feels like she wasn't good enough, or she just said she wasn't good enough. That was her projecting that onto you, which I just got a little tiny burp. So feeling like you're not good enough is very important because your spiritual journey is connected with you being a mother. So the more that you heal energetically, the more that you are going to be able to realize spiritually, but you only have a wound on your heart, but it's not even on your chakra. It's just in the area, like it's surrounding it. So the more that you have full confidence and full belief in the details that you create, which is very significant, a family member, a spiritual family member, like a grandfather, one of them is peeping in saying you create details in your kid's life. So you need to understand that that's what you're doing. And trust yourself spiritually. All you have to do is breathe and trust, because you're actually aligned within higher consciousness, which a lot of my collective actually hasn't been. Sorry, I'm shaking my desk. A lot of my collective hasn't been. So you don't have to align yourself out of ego. You are already in higher consciousness, which means you are constantly receiving this energy. And all you have to do is become aware of the energy that you're receiving, the feelings behind what you're thinking at different moments, and trusting yourself that you're receiving this information.
Okay.
Are you a water sign?
Am I a what?
Are you what your astrology? I don't really do much of it, but you need to be in a bath.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah, you need to be in a bath. This is going to be probably also, even if you're not a water sign, anyone can do this, but if you're a water sign, it's like huge. Showers, bath, pool, beach, huge for water sign. Anyway, so, and a river. Don't forget about the river. Water signs can remove energy. Water can remove energy from you, and water signs have more control over their emotions in water. So the more that you're connected with energy and the more that you believe in yourself, the more that you can receive. So if you sit in the bath and ask, literally like you're virtually speaking to somebody and they're in front of you as if they're here, you can ask to have a conversation with your higher consciousness, your higher self. Higher consciousness is kind of all of the energy, kind of like the God energy, and higher self is your higher self, your soul. So you can ask to have a conversation and stay aware and stay grounded, because that's very important to understand that you have to stay grounded or else fear will connect you to what you're hearing and or feeling. And if you can't stay grounded, try a different method, but you will have to heal it over and over until you can ground yourself, which is basically what getting into this work is. So
okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No, I think you just confirmed what I was feeling the last for years. I just scared to do it.
Yeah. So, well, don't be scared. Actually, you don't depend on tarot. Don't. Whatever if you're trying to think about it, don't do it. You can do it without tarot. You can do it with just your hands. You can do just your mind. The more that you trust yourself, focus the energy in one area. Say, I'm going to meditate and connect every night with my spirit team when I do this, and do it. You can do any activity as long as you're breathing and calm and connected with your body and you're grounded, which is without wounds, which is very important. You can still be grounded with wounds, but some keep you from getting the truth to yourself. So just make sure to meditate, do it every day. And then the more that you're aware of it outside of meditation, the more it will become all the time.
Well, thank you.
The more that you become aware. Yeah. Just make sure to become aware. Make sure to remember consciously, this is what I'm doing. because you've never done it. You've never spoken with your spirit team, or you actually have, but consciously saying, hey, I'm speaking to my ghost. Be conscious of it, give it more energy, give it more understanding, and respect them, because they will respect you. Damn, they will give you exactly what you need. So
all right, well, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Have a good night.
You too. Don't let people push your boundaries. Y'all saw how frantic I was just now. Don't let people push your boundaries. And have a good day, even when people try to push you. People try to hurt you. Have a good day, because they are projecting a wound. And you are a healer. You are a healing person. You are healed. And if you want to be on the way to that, go ahead. On healing, on the way to being a healer, on the way to being healed. Do it. But stop projecting your wounds, because it only hurts people who don't deserve to be hurt. Have a good night.
Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites. AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live from the city of New York in the middle of September, where things are starting to cool off. Although we didn't have that bad summer. It was not bad at all here. The press was trying to make it bad. They said 4 people died of heat-related causes. Now, of course, that means that it wasn't heat, but they tried, and it turned out that all the people were really, really old and sick. So what are you going to do? Like I keep telling people, there's a whole industry out there dedicated to scaring us, and that's why we need positive energy, and that's why when I read cards, that's positive energy. It's all about positive energy, and as I said, it's about the truth the search for truth, wisdom, and light. And by the way, for the perfect cannoli. Don't ever forget that. Don't underestimate the impact in your life of a perfect cannoli. Oh, brother. Did you ever get a soggy cannoli? That's not a euphemism, man. I'm not going into one of those ads that you get emailed to you on your or texted on your phone. A soggy cannoli is a very bad thing, although it does sound like an interesting name for a character. So we're here tonight to look at the positive side of things and find out what's going on in our lives. This is the thing that I get more questions about this than anything else with tarot, which is people who listen to the show Why don't you get horrible readings for people? Because horrible things happen to people. Well, yeah, horrible things do happen to people, but that doesn't mean that they're going to happen soon or now, or, you know, I mean, if you know something horrible is coming, and cards can show that, it helps you to prepare for it, which is the reason I say there are no bad readings. You may not get what you want out of a reading. You may not hear what you want to hear. But if you hear, for instance, that you're headed for a period of gross financial troubles and instability at work, you know, it's worth knowing. That's all. It could change in a week or so. Or you having that information, you can do something about it and avoid it entirely. None of this is written in stone. It's not like the movies where somebody looks at a tarot card and says, here's what's going to happen to you, and it happens, and it's invariably, you know, like a planter falls off a ledge and kills him. You know, it's highly dramatized. That isn't what happens. And the reason I get so many good readings for people, I believe, is that people who call for a reading or contact a tarot reader for advice understand that there's a situation in their life that they need help with. Now, that's 90% of the battle right there. And then they want advice, and that if they're willing to take that advice, that's the rest of the battle right there. So you're way ahead of the game if you know that there's a problem. I mean, we've all seen people who are essentially blissfully happy and they don't realize they're walking into a buzzsaw. I had a marriage like that once. You can't tell them anything, but oh man, if I had been reading cards in those days. But as I say in my book, I detail how I discovered all this stuff in Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the book and CD set that'll show you how to read tarot. I found tarot as although I had been aware of it, of course, I found it as a direct result of a marriage breaking up. I moved out of the apartment and moved into a new one, and there was a sofa, a desk, a Barca lounger, and one book that someone had left in the apartment. And that book was The Pictorial Key to the Tarot, which is informative in the sense that a typhoon will clean things. You know, it's informative, but it's destructive in many ways. It's the most popular book about tarot ever written. It's still in print. It came out about 1910. And it was associated with the Rider-Waite tarot deck, which is everybody's favorite tarot deck. It's in everyone's collection. It's always the first one people get. I'm not using it to read now, but I have a Rider-Waite deck right there on the desk here. I'm using the Hanson Roberts tarot, by the way, for those of you who are curious. And the book is just awful. The book is filled with sentences that are paragraphs long. And it hides more than it conveys, which is not good for an informative book. But it got me started. It got me curious. It got me, at least I realized I was reading nonsense and gibberish in many parts of that book. But I do have a chapter on that book in Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the book and CD set, because I just want to show how poorly it's written. And I don't want you to be dissuaded. I know for a fact that there are many, many, many people who want to learn tarot, and they get that book, and they never give it another look again after trying to read it, because it's indecipherable in many, and it's not you. It's not that you're unintelligent and you can't read the book. The writer was into obscuring things, and he wrote endless sentences. I have one sentence in that from that book in my book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and I analyzed that one sentence, and it goes on and on and on. So if you have a passing familiarity with tarot and you want to learn more about it, don't shy away from The Pictorial Key to the Tarot by Arthur Waite. But understand that you're not going to understand it. And it's not a reflection on your intelligence. It's that he didn't want people to understand it. There are outright lies in that book as well. He does this. They used to, in the old days, the occultists would call that a blind, where they were very proud of themselves for putting blinds in books so that they could mislead people who read their books and then really not learn anything. What the hell was that about? Why would you want to do that? Why would you put blinds in a book that purports to teach people things? So this is all by way of saying that something bad happened to me, and that's how I discovered tarot cards, and here I am reading tarot cards for the world. You can do it too. It's not as hard as you think. I've been threatening for a couple of years. All of us got derailed for the last 2 years. Maybe I'll just get back to do this, but I do have a series of books. Well, let's rephrase that. I do have a book that is meant to be the beginning of a series of books called Magic Made Easy. Easy, see, it's cute. And it will show magical things with no blinds in a very simple, direct, and easy to understand way, and get you on the path to doing magical work. The first one I have now is about meditation, and keep that in mind because I'm going to talk about that later. And I did want to do a book on how to, not just how to read tarots, but how tarot cards, but how to function as a tarot reader, because those are two different things. You can learn easily from many books what the meanings of the cards are and how to interpret the cards. And there are loads of books that just have all kinds of complex layouts for the cards. But they won't tell you how to do this as a professional or an amateur. You know, it's fun at parties. I knew a card reader who just dismissed the whole thing as party tricks. But then again, you know, she just didn't want people to take it too seriously. The books that I have had a lot of help with in my career of learning tarot are also listed in my book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I have a bibliography in the back. So it's really, contrary to many books, this one is designed to get you going and learning as much as you can about the cards. But I don't know that I've ever really seen a simple, direct guide to how to become a card reader. You know, something like, so you want to be a card reader. You know, it's one of those kind of books. Maybe I'll do that. I certainly don't want to do card reading for dummies, because if you're a dummy, don't bother reading cards for people. Just don't do anything. Just sit there and look at Netflix. But that's by way of saying that I've been meaning to do that, and I started it when all of the pandemic and all that derailing, and it's really been an upheaval in people's lives. But I'm glad we're getting back to normal, and that's the reason I want to talk about the meditation book. Because there's a lot of people in politics, and I'm not blaming the politicians. I never blame politicians for the horrible things they do. I blame the people who elect them, knowing what they're like. You know, when you elect somebody with a long record of doing X, and then he promises to do Y, and you elect that person, and that person does X again, whose fault is it? You know, they lied to you, okay. But why would you take the word of somebody who's already revealed their nature to you? So this is not, what I'm about to say is not about politicians or parties or any of that. We're living in very, very difficult times because there are a lot of people making it very, very difficult. Politicians are making it difficult because they want to retain power. The more they can declare emergencies, we have a little disease that popped up here in New York City recently that is 100% not fatal. It only affected a small percentage of the population, and now it's gone, and they've just declared a state of emergency over it. So you see, when there's a state of emergency, politicians can do all kinds of stuff outside the Constitution, and they relish that. There's another group of people that know that the more frightened you are, the more likely you are to consume their product. And for some reason, we call those people news. I mean, I spent a lot of time working with news people, and I can tell you that that's a problem. They are really, they used to say if it bleeds, it leads, but now it's all about scaring you. So this is where meditation comes in. It's very important, and so few people know how to do it because it's difficult. It isn't easy. The first thing you do when you meditate is you're shutting down your mind. You're trying to shut down the voice in your mind and just shut your mind. Now, do you think the mind likes that? No. It's going to rebel, and those are called breaks. Every time you try to focus or focus on unfocusing, as oxymoronic as it sounds, but your mind, see, we've been thinking for the bulk of our lives, and I find thinking very overrated. I find it very overrated would be an interesting way to put it, but I've determined that thinking is a problem. This is why I read tarot for people. I don't believe that people can think their way out of a problem they thought themselves into. And now we have people controlling our thoughts by scaring the hell out of us all the time. I talk about this book, Unmasking Fear, a lot. I don't mail it out as often as I'd like to, hint, hint. But go check out Unmasking Fear at mojoacademy.org or Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones at Amazon.com. You'll find the one that has me, Reverend Elliott, has written 2 forwards to that. And you'll understand why it is to someone's advantage to keep everybody else in a state of fear. Meditation can stop that cold. Meditation can rebuild your life without influence from people who do not have your best interests at heart. And one of the things you can do is cleansing. And that's what my book on the Meditation Made Easy, which is about the middle pillar technique, which is a way of cleansing yourself from negativity. There's also, if you go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and click on meditation, you'll see that there are a few CDs there. One of them I highly recommend. It's a chakra cleaning. And now, as long as I brought up the word, don't. And if somebody starts telling you it's chakra or it's chakra, if they argue about that, just forget it. They don't forget it. These are not grounded spiritual people. It's like all, right? We all know what all means, or do we? All can mean the thing that you punch a hole in leather with. All can mean everybody, but to my friends in Arkansas, it's petroleum. Going to get to the all well, going to get some all for the car. Now, that's just regionalism. So don't worry as long as you know, if I say chakra or chakra, you know what I'm talking about. These are energy centers in the body. And this is important. This needs to be cleansed. And I'm bringing up meditation, not just to promote a book of mine, because the book is under $10. And if you look at my website, you'll find how to knock 15% off of that too. The reason I'm bringing this up is to help give you the weaponry to counter the people who are trying to pollute your worrying, because especially with the people who call themselves news media, they have people right now worried half to death about. That's not natural. As some very wise person said, that worry is a down payment on a problem you may never have. It's okay to be concerned. It's not really fun to go through life with blithely and blindly. But worry, you don't worry. Just don't do that. You see, problem solved, right? But who doesn't worry? I've done it, still do. And then I do meditation. And I cleanse, and I balance my mind. I don't know how many of you have had an MRI. Those things are noisy. I fell asleep during an MRI a year ago using meditation. And mercifully, the technician, when it was over, wasn't one of these maniacs who dismissed me out of hand. She just looked at me and said, "You know how to do meditation." I said, yeah. I mean, how else am I going to get through all that noise? You lie there for an hour in this machine that makes a racket. So, I pictured myself under a big tree, and there were weird birds in that tree making those noises. That's all I did. Next thing you know, I'm asleep, which makes it easier for them, makes it easier for me. I want you to keep meditation in mind, because for the last couple of years, you have been put under a great deal of pressure. Now, with the economy collapsing, and it is, because as I've said many times, any classically trained economist, which I'm not, but I'm informed about these things, as many other people are, will tell you but this is new. There hasn't been inflation like this for 40 years. The only way to get rid of inflation decisively and finally and keep it at bay is through a recession. And that hurts. You know, the cure is difficult, but it pays off. And so when we hear about the Federal Reserve and other agencies trying to stop the pain and keep the employment numbers high, forget it. They know that they've got to go into recession. They've got to, especially since, you know, the inflation is going up and up and up, and we haven't even gotten to heating season. So, you know, here in the Northeast, so forget it. A lot of people worrying. My joke of the day was, I now get less exercise toting $150 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs than I got toting $40 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs 6 months ago. See, that's groceries for you. So you can't ignore these things, and you can't say, you know, say to somebody who's deeply worried, stop worrying and watch what happens. First of all, you'll lose a friend, but there's nothing to be worried about. No, see, that kind of stuff doesn't work. If you're worried for a reason. Fear is the root of worry. Fear is the emotion that lets us know that something dangerous is happening to us. You'd be dead without it. I'm the same way with anger. I don't say, don't get angry. Don't be angry. No, anger is the feeling you have that lets you know you've been treated badly. Now, when it's constant, then it's rage, and that's not good for you. So meditation will help you with anger too. And if you're not angry, as they say, right? They used to say, if you're not angry, you're not paying attention, which is nice because that's almost a way of saying if you're not angry, you're just stupid and ignorant. That's a really good thing to say to people. That really helps you win your point across. By the way, you know, you're a blithering idiot. That's what did anybody ever call you that and then smile as if they've proven a point that you would then agree with? And remember, we all do stupid things from time to time. That doesn't mean we're stupid. Okay, that's the verb to be. I am stupid is not the same as I just did something stupid. And there you go. And so I want you to look at my page on meditation at Mojo Academy, that's the other one, at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Just look at the meditation page. You'll even see a classic meditation from years ago. It used to be available on a bootleg cassette. Well, I got it now restored and on CD, which involves the Three Stooges. Go figure, right? You can use anything for meditating. And then look at mojoacademy.org for the Magic Made Easy series, which is not yet a series, but it will be. And check out that book. It's like I said, it's $9.95. There's a little bit of sales tax, obviously, these days, but you can get it for 15% off, which will knock out the shipping at least. So do that. You know, it's available through Amazon.com. It's the middle pillar technique in the series of the book. It's in the book series Meditation Made E-Z. And do yourself a favor. It's easy to do because you're going to fail doing meditation at the beginning. We all do. After a while, you'll get the hang of it. Your mind will realize that you're in charge. You know, that's it. I hate separating us from our mind, but that's the way it goes. Because the minute the minute you try to stop using your mind says, wake up. You know? We're going to get to the tarot readings in just a moment, but just as an experiment, I did this many, many years ago. I didn't talk. I stopped talking. Fortunately, I wasn't doing the show in those days because that would be pretty dull. And after about 3 days of not talking, now, how did I get away with that? It was during my vacation from work. After 3 days of not talking, I remember being on a bus, across a downtown bus, 2nd Avenue bus here in New York City, going downtown. And it dawned on me that that voice in my head was gone. I didn't even think, hey, the voice is gone, because that would be the voice, you know. You know what I'm talking about, that nonstop chattering thing in our head that we've been having since we became sentient as children. It just stopped. It was gone. I knew, I heard differently. I saw differently. My mind was quiet. And in my case, all it did was it took not talking for 3 days or so. Could have been 4. Who remembers? I was young then. So who knows? So anyway, that's it. Maybe I'll write about that one day, but I don't recommend doing it because it's a weird trip to not talk. But it will do something to you. So check out magic-works.com, the meditation page, MAGICK-works.com, and mojoacademy.org. Look for the Magic Made Easy book, and then there'll be probably more books coming soon in that series. Well, that's it. That's the end of the show. Now it's time to do some readings, now that I've been babbling on. I'm babbling on because I take this very seriously, because there's almost an army of people out there who want to ruin your life for their own benefit. Okay? That's the only way to look at it. They want to keep you in a perpetual state of fear and worry, and then they'll sell you the solution. I'm not selling you the solution. I'm selling you the filter. And I'm doing it pretty damn reasonably. And I want you to do that, to take a look at that. And I'll be happy to get those things right out to you as soon as you order them. We're now going to ring the bell 3 times to declare that from here on in, on the show, we're in sacred space. I rushed it. And pull back the curtain on the magical window for Shannon in Bullhead City, Arizona. Hello, Shannon. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hello. How are you tonight, Shannon?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you tonight?
I'm just kind of lost right now. There's so many things that I lost my daughter a year and a half ago, and I would like to be able to see if she is okay, and I'm not okay. I have been broken since then. I can't.
Well, yep.
Can't. Excuse me.
That has been called, the price of love. At times, it's grief, because we remember that the people we've lost, and it hurts. It hurts a great deal. And I tell you, one of the things is we don't ever get over it. We just accept it and internalize it, and maybe the happier memories start to take over from the good ones, from the bad ones, from the painful ones, or the painful feelings, because memories can be very good too. But, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, obviously. I'm going to look at the cards to see if we can get a message. But if you feel that this is interfering with your life, see if you can get some professional help. And I'm not talking about drugging you, because I've known too many people. I'm not putting down drugs, medically prescribed medications from somebody you trust and knows you. Mm-hmm. But I've known too many people who have had an immediate loss of someone very close to them, and the first thing the doctors will say to them is, "We'll put you on something here and get rid of that feeling of sadness." Because you're not sad because your chemicals are imbalanced. You're sad because you bloody well lost somebody you loved. But you may need a little something to get over the hump, so to speak, because you don't want this to bring your life to a standstill. So let's see what we've got here, okay? Okay. Well, I'm getting cards right now that are literally cards that I always, always, always get with readings like this. This is you could, and I'm not putting you on. You could go to the archives if you're a masochist and listen to many of my shows, mm-hmm. and you will hear these readings have this exact series of cards, and I'm going to read it to you now. The first is the Death card. And the Death card is the card, one of the few cards I look for that tell me that this is going to be an afterlife reading, for obvious reasons. Mm-hmm. The next card is the Nine of Swords, and that is a card of tremendous sadness. No surprise, right?
No.
So the card after that is the Ten of Swords. Now, this is where I get these cards exactly in this sequence almost every time I do a reading, because it's going to culminate with a message. The next is the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is a card that means the worst is over for me. Okay, the message is beginning. There was a rough time near the end.
I'm sorry?
This was your daughter you're talking about, right?
Yes, yes.
That things were very difficult for her near the end, is what I'm seeing. But,
yes, yes.
But what this card means is that that pain is over. That pain is done. The next card is the Temperance card in this deck that almost always shows up. That card means balance is restored. And I'm taking this as a message through me and these cards from the Spirit to you. And that is getting to be easier and easier to do at this time of year as we get closer to the autumn years, when the veil years, months, when the veil is thinner. That it's the message that it says I'm doing all right because my spirit is finding balance.
Okay.
Now, the next card is a difficult one to deal with because it shows a happy family, and you're not happy. But it's I get that card a lot too. The thing here is it's saying, I know you're hurting. That's the Nine of Swords. But for me, there was great pain, but it's over. That's the Ten of Swords. I'm finding balance in my life again. That's the Temperance card. And I want us all to be happy where we are. And that's the Ten of Cups. You can get online, do an internet search, and find pictures of these cards, and you'll see what I mean. The Ten of Cups is happy. The message is, it's almost an apology for the pain in a sense, because there's an acknowledgement that you're both feeling pain over this. But I am balanced. My spirit and soul is coming into balance, and I want us to be happy. And that's the Ten of Cups. Okay, so that's the message I've got.
Okay.
Now I will light a white candle tonight to send positive energies to both you and the spirit. Okay.
When you speak of the spirit, is it her or just the spirit of?
No, this is her. I'm looking. I'm looking at her.
Does that mean she's okay?
Yeah, in fact, I just got the Sun card, which is about healing and health and growth. That's the spirit is saying I'm doing okay because I'm coming back. My life was out of balance, but I'm finding balance in my soul now. That's the message. I get that often.
Okay. Okay.
The Sun card, as soon as you said to me, does that mean she's okay? I got the card of the Sun, which is a card of health and growth and balance.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Be well, and I will send positive energy your way using any techniques I have, okay?
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And let's get this shuffled up. And these are always such heavy things to do. But it's funny that they always come out that way, where the spirit will talk about finding balance and peace. German in Toronto is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good, doing well, sir. It's an honor to share this, time with you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you could get through. What can I look at for you?
Well, we'd like to know about love and money, those two things
love and money.
They have been
people get arrested for that. People get arrested for that.
Yeah, I know, but work.
Let's see what we get.
Things don't get to the, I work, but I don't think I can afford things that I want, right?
Well, let's see what we've got.
It's always avoiding me.
Well, I think that may just change because I'm getting cup cards here. The cards are cups, and cups are about love and romance and emotion. And I'm seriously seeing that you're going to be working at this. That's the Six of Swords. That's a person who gets from where they are to where they want to be through their own effort. I've got the Queen of Cups, the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups. That's 3 out of 4 court cards here. And the Empress, which is a card of fertility, not necessarily in the sense of having children, but making things grow. I'm taking that to mean that you have the ability to make this happen, and you're going to. The Knight of Cups means that something new in terms of romance and emotion is going to come into your life. It'll be a little hectic. It'll be a little unpredictable. But here's another. This is a good card, too. I've got 2 more cards, and they're all cups. This is phenomenal. The cards really like you. There's going to be a relationship coming your way. That's the Knight of Cups. I have no doubt about that. Because the Knight is on horseback and arrives, but also jumps around a lot, so it can be an up and down thing, but it'll level off, because that's followed by the Queen, and that levels off. The Queen is the maturing of the process, and the King is the stability. So it looks to me like that's going to be a good relationship. Now, let's give you an indication of where this is going to come from, okay? The Three of Cups is here. That tends to mean traditionally that you're going to meet somebody through people you know. So keep an eye out through somebody, through people that you know, through friends or acquaintances. And then there's the 4 of Cups. This is a mysterious card because it shows a person looking at 3 cups and doesn't notice that there's a hand coming out of a cloud nearby offering another cup. And that almost always indicates that there's somebody around you who is interested in you but has not made that known yet. So keep an eye out for that, too, for somebody who, I used to say for somebody whose attitude changes when you walk into the room, but how would you know, right, if you weren't in the room? But when you're around people, look to see if there's somebody else, one person in particular, who is a little interested in getting your attention and lights up a little bit when you speak, that kind of thing.
No, you're not with those things, right? Yeah, I know.
I do see that coming. I do see that there's a relationship on the way for you now.
Okay.
And this is someone you're going to meet through people you know. That's the best I can tell you at this point. And it's going to be good. The relationship is going to work out. Let me give you one more indication. It's going to be somebody who just had a bad relationship with someone. Okay?
Okay.
So keep an eye out.
Now I'm going to be the hero, right?
You bet. Yep.
Yeah.
You sure are.
That would be nice.
Okay. So I think it's coming. Keep an eye out. And it's going to be somebody you meet through friends, somebody who just got out of a bad situation. Nothing horrible, but, just bad enough, right? And
we all have been through that, right?
You what?
We all have been through. But relationships, right?
Yes, we all have. We all have. Even people I know who've been together as a couple since like childhood, and it's now like 50 years later. They've had it too. They've had problems too. So, but this will be good for you. I think you're gonna do well, because I see a nice, healthy relationship. Because the point is this. I'm seeing the Knight of Cups, which matures into the Queen of Cups, which stabilizes into the King of Cups. And that tells me that it's going to be a decent, good, solid relationship.
Okay.
So keep an eye out, and remember, it's going to come. This is a person you're going to meet through people you know.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, about money, like every investment I have made, is going down, especially with the stock market. And,
oh, man, yeah, the stock market.
I just got a new job and those things, and like I always, there's always an extra expense, like I can, I can get the things I want,
Well, let me tell you, these are cards that I see frequently too now, especially. I've got the 5 of Cups, which indicates money problems. Now, who doesn't have money problems today with rampant inflation, the stock market crashing? I mean, it dropped like 1,300 points the other day. The next is the 2 of Coins. Now, it's funny. You asked me about romance, right? And I got all these cards with cups in them. Now you ask me about finances, and I get cards with coins in it, with money. So, yeah, the cards are good here. The 2 of Coins is a person who knows how to use money, to juggle money, to get something else going. So you're going to be fine. You're not going to have terrible problems. You'll be okay. And
maybe I will be able to afford the things I want, right?
Well, that's the next card. It's the 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is a person who has everything. The 9 of Cups is a nice, smiley, happy guy, putting on a little weight maybe, because he's got everything. And there's even a little warning in there that people will be envious of you. So it's funny to start out with the 5 of coins, which is a dreary card about money troubles, and end up with the 9 of cups, which is about having all kinds of sensuous good things in life. I believe you're going to be fine.
Okay. Thanks.
And it's because of you. That's the middle. The middle card is you, because that's the 2 of coins. That's a person who knows how to juggle and balance money and get money going. So there you go, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Hang in there. It's going to work out well for you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, which I only say because so many people get my last name wrong. It's it's just one of those names, you know. It's just one of those names that it sounds better backwards. Though I used to have a company that I spelled my last name backwards. I thought that's a dynamic name for a company. Anoramic. I said Anoramic Enterprises. There you go. Unfortunately, we didn't anoramize very much, but we had better luck with the newspaper company. Shuffling up the cards. We're here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. If you want to get in touch with me because you can't get through or you don't feel like opening up in front of a few million people, all you have to do is drop me a line at my email, asktarot@earthlink.net. Nice old-fashioned Earthlink email there. Ask Tarot. When I had to bring my computer in to be fixed, they were shocked to see that my email was Earthlink. They said, "That's still around?" Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. And maybe you'll book a reading, because I do all these things for private customers also. You can, it's very inexpensive. Readings start at $10. But I've done enough sales pitchy stuff today. Jody in Salt Lake City is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, my pleasure. That's what I'm here for. What can I look at for you?
Well, the past year has been especially rough for me, just between medical stuff and a separation and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that maybe things are going to get better. What do you see for me?
Well, yes, they are going to get better. That's what I do see for you. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a little bit more. But the first 2 cards I pulled out, I've had for previous callers. But they have different. It's funny because it's a little different here. The cards change meanings; they shift around depending upon on what's around them in many ways. But here's what we got. The Knight of Cups is here. The Knight of Cups is generally the indication of a relationship coming, because cups are emotions and affairs of the heart, joy and happiness. And in these short readings, they tend to reflect romance. And the Knight is something new coming into your life. And it can be a little tempestuous because the Knight on horseback, it's like the chessboard. It moves from this way and then it moves that way and then it goes here and there. But it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just a little bit of it'll be an exciting time. The 10 of Swords is next, and that's important because I had that earlier. The 10 of Swords means trouble's over. It's an ugly-looking card, and a lot of people confuse it with a card meaning death. In fact, in the tarot deck, even the card of death doesn't mean death, and we'll get into that in a moment. Because ultimately, that's all of our future is, boy, this is really putting a damper on the night. Ultimately, we all die. So why would the cards predict it? But if it did, I've only seen it once where it showed that something really close was coming to somebody. And I've been doing this a long time. But movies sensationalize that. But this card doesn't mean death. It means the life has thrown its worst at you and you're still here. It's not over. You're going to get up. The Wheel of Fortune is next. That's a major card. The Wheel of Fortune is the card that says the situation is going to change. The Chariot is the next card. That is a person who will take control of the conflicting forces in her life and guide them to the direction she wants. Now we have the death card, and that's interesting because the death card means the ending of one part of your life and the beginning of another part of your life, because there's a sunrise on that card. And that's a very positive card. It's a very good card. In that, especially since you asked me about what's coming for you. And that's followed by the 10 of coins, which is one of the happiest cards in the deck. And it indicates a happy family and a good level of money, comfort. It's fine. So this is telling me that things have been out of whack, but it's going to get much. It's not just that the troubles are going to be over. It's going to be much better. That's a good sign in itself, the 10 of Swords, that the bad times are over. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying that it's changing. It's going to change from the bad times. The Chariot indicates that you're going to make it change. And then the Death card means you're going to create a new life for yourself, and it's going to pay off really, really well.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. It looks like an exciting time headed for you.
Yes, I sure hope so. I've been hoping.
Well, that's
I'm
what
excited.
I see.
Thank you so much.
But the important thing that I see is that you're going to make it happen. So that's the good part. That's the really good part.
I've been trying. So.
Well,
yeah,
according to these, you'll succeed. Hey, let me do this. Let me shuffle them up one more time, and then I want to get a couple more calls. But let's just see what I get with one more card. Yep, beautiful. The Queen of Swords. The swords can mean two things. It can mean conflict, and in this case, this is what I'm going with, because I'm not doing any cards around it. The Queen of Swords indicates a person who is developing a new way of looking at life, because the swords are mental activity. Most of the trouble we get in with fights and arguments, most of the strife we get into is mental anyway. We cause it ourselves or the other people,
Yeah.
But this is you're going to take control of the way you think, and you're going to start, and here's the Page of Swords. Ooh, beautiful. That's the appearance, absolute appearance of a new way of thinking. Your worldview is changing, it's growing, and you're growing and changing with it. And that's going to be the source of all of this.
And it resonates so much with me. So, yes, that is amazing.
Beautiful. I'm glad I took the moment to take two more cards, because your mind is developing.
Yes.
And your mind is growing. And one of the first things that happens when you start developing a new way of thinking is you kind of lose friends, because they want to know what happened to you.
Yes.
But some will stick
you're
by
going
you.
crazy.
Yeah, I like to joke about this, but there's somebody I knew back in like the 4th grade who still does it. Says, you're not the same as you used to be. So, of course not. I'm an old man now. I was a child then. But so you're going to be fine.
Well,
I have no doubt about it.
I sure appreciate it so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we're all shuffled up, and we'll get right over immediately now to Donna in Oklahoma. Hello, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? You sound exuberant.
I'm doing good.
Beautiful. What can we look at?
I guess maybe my family, just anything to do with my family.
Okay, let's see what we got. There are cards that indicate family. Let's see if they show up. Let's see what we get. Well, let's see. I'm getting happy cards. Has there been some struggle in the family?
Oh, yes. I lost a daughter 2 years ago, and I've got a new grandbaby on the way now.
Well, I've also got a couple of cards here that indicate like a troublemaker, Is there somebody making problems for you in the family?
Yes, my oldest daughter is actually.
Okay,
that
and
is
it's
wild.
sad, because I've got also the 3 of Swords, which is a card of sadness and pain. But overall, overall things look good. I mean, it looks like, you can handle this. The World card is here. That's a good card. That means success. So I don't think that the person who's causing the trouble in the family is going to keep doing it much longer.
Good deal.
Because this is, it's dull, you know. I find that when people start making trouble for other people, they give up after a while, and then they try to go to make trouble for other people.
I don't think she knows that she can't follow through with me. I stand up to her.
Well, I'm glad I saw that here, because those are the two cards, the 5 and the 7 of Swords, are about people just causing problems, and when they come up together, it's not good. But you had the World card, which is a card of success. Here's the 4 of Rods, which indicates a happy home, and things will be good. I don't think that there's any real problem that you can't overcome here. I think you're on the ball with this.
Yes, I did pretty good.
Now,
I carry a lot of weight around on my shoulders.
And here's the Temperance card. The Temperance card is very good for this. That means balance is restored. So you'll work a way to find a balance in the family. You'll take care of it. But it's good to know that it's just one person doing it, and it's not like system-wide, you know. So, and you know who it is, so you'll be okay. Is there anything else you want to look at? I have a couple of minutes left.
Health. Yeah, how's the health?
Okay, well, thanks for calling it. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you get any signs from any of my family members that's gone, it's passed over? I think I'm being gave signs. I'm pretty sure I am.
I don't. Let me see. Oh, I could probably take a look at that. I don't have a few minutes left here. You getting signs, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's this diamonds a lot. And when I was younger, my mother told me she wished she had a dime for every time she told me to sit down and shut my mouth.
Gosh, that's
yeah.
Well, this is the time of year that these things start happening. I get stories from people all around. Let me just about that, because the veil is thinning. This is a good time to get out the Ouija board and start doing stuff with that if you know how to use it properly.
Right.
You know, this is it's not a toy. It's weird how it gets marketed as a toy, but it isn't. But it's not the horror that people say. So let's see if I can get anything. No, I'm not. I'm just getting cards of happiness and balance and joy. I guess everyone on the other side is fine. You know, it's a dull reading, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any specific messages at all here. I got cards like the Judgment card and the Temperance card and the Sun. These are cards I usually get for this kind of reading, and they're all happy cards. So there you go. Right. I think we're set.
All is good. All is good.
Yeah, all's good, and I will light a candle later to send positive energy to you as you deal with the family problems, and I know you'll get them settled. Okay?
Oh, all right, great.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Bye now. And hey, that's it. We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. For some reason, the show that's been asking, how do you find a good cannoli around here? I don't know. This is I don't like chocolate covered cannolis. I like my cannolis just cannoliized. I don't know. Why am I thinking of that? I don't know. Possibly because I ate some sweet stuff before the show started. I chomped down a half a pack of raspberry Pez. And after that, I want something real, you know. But it's New York. I can probably get a cannoli any time of day or night, but I'm certainly not. I'm also inertia bound, and I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy, and I like to sleep, and I like to pretend that what I'm doing is out-of-body experience and meditation, but really I'm just sleeping. I've never been in a hurry. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not in a hurry. This goes back to even as a kid in Boy Scout camp, if we were playing baseball, softball, you know. If I was out there, obviously, of course, playing left field, you know. And if somebody cracked the ball out over that way, if I judged that I wasn't able to really get it and do anything with it, I'd just let it go. I didn't care. One time I made a spectacular catch that ended the game and won it for our side. And all I was really doing was I saw the ball coming straight for my face. So I put my hands up in front and went right into the mitt. I was the hero, but I didn't know what I was doing. So that's my sports career, Boy Scouts. I mentioned the Boy Scouts briefly last week when I opened up my knife to open up the new tarot deck. That was an interesting experience being an urban Boy Scout. I'll tell you about that because our troop met in a thing that was called the Jewish Men's Health Club in the Ansonia Hotel on the Upper West Side of New York, which later on gained extreme notoriety when they kicked out the old Jewish men and turned it first. I don't know how to put this. First, they turned it into Plato's Retreat. That wasn't bad enough. And then what was the other place that it became? I don't remember. It was, the place where Bette Midler got famous. Not the Improv where she started, but there was that other one. It was somewhere between the Jewish Men's Health Club and Plato's Retreat. But yes, I learned how to eat lemons in the Jewish Men's Health Club, and that came in very handy when a group of musicians were annoying me in a restaurant one time, and I waited until the trumpet solo came up, and I stood right in front of the trumpet player, and I bit into a lemon, and that ruined his note. Oh boy, that what can you do? So anyway, we got through the show and we have nice, happy readings. And I want you to remember what I said at the beginning of the show about meditation. Please, please, please take a look at magic-works.com for the meditation page, because there's a lot of people out there trying the continental baths. That's what the one. That's it. That's where Barry Manilow and Bette Midler started, and that's where. And then it was Plato's Retreat, the notorious club. So you see how these things just pop back into your head. So look at the meditation page. Please look at my meditation page, because there's an awful lot of people out there trying to hurt you mentally and spiritually. And I want you to protect yourself. I really do. I want you to protect yourself as best as you can. And that's why I did it. And yes, I do charge money for these things, but no, the prices are not set in stone. So we can deal with it, okay? I never charge a lot for these things, but that's that. So until we get together again next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening